spectacular Labor Day weekend continues. Boy, the weather has been ideal and another beautiful day for baseball as we get set for the final game of the series. It's Game 3, the Brewers and the Giants in Milwaukee in a all-too-familiar position trying to salvage this final game to try to avoid being swept. For the San Francisco Giants. And hi, everybody, and welcome from Miller Park. Brian Anderson along with Bill Schroeder. It is a delight to have you with us, and we're looking forward to watching a little big league baseball today on a beautiful day for the grand old game. And isn't it interesting that the Giants boast this great pitching staff, and yet the fifth man in their rotation is the only guy who's thrown a no-hitter this year, in Jonathan Sanchez.
Another guy with a huge arm in his starting rotation for the San Francisco Giants. July 10th was the day, and before that, this guy just couldn't get it together. He was 2-8 before he threw his no-hitter. As a matter of fact, this guy had a perfect game into the 8th inning. It's always been a situation for Sanchez with that big arm. Big fastball, big slider, always walking a lot of batters, but since he threw that no-hitter, he really hasn't had that problem, and he's been throwing the baseball very well.
Things have really changed for him. He was pitching out of the bullpen the last time the Giants were in Milwaukee. Now, Ryan Braun, he handles left-handed pitching very well. So if Sanchez is going to have success, he's going to have to go through this heart of the order.
Last year and this year, the Brewers, success against lefties, one of the reasons is Ryan Braun. I mean, the reason Ryan Braun has so much success is he's very good on the outer half of the plate. Left-handers like to work him away, and when they do that, he's not afraid to take it to right field.
Well, we'll see if the Brewers can salvage the final game. Braden Looper tries to continue his winning ways. It's the Brew Crew and the Giants. It's coming up next on Fox Sports Wisconsin. Presented by Menards. Save big money at Menards. By Time Warner Cable, the power of you. And brought to you by AT&T, your world delivered. Roof is open at Miller Park this afternoon. A gorgeous day for baseball. Sunday afternoon baseball on Fox Sports Wisconsin. And we're glad you're with us. Brian Anderson along with Bill Schroeder, Michael Odino, our director, and Chris Withers producing today. Bruce Bochy, third season as the Giants skipper. He was a winning manager in San Diego, and he has a chance to get back to the postseason in his third year in San Francisco. And here is the lineup that is turned in by Bochy today. It's brought to you by Subway. Eugenio Velez leads off. Edgar Renteria bats second with Pablo Sandoval in the 3-hole. Juan Uribe hits cleanup today for the first time this year with Randy Wynn and Ryan Garco in the middle. And Bochy's bottom three is Aaron Rowand, Eli Whiteside, and Jonathan Sanchez. Now the Brewers will send up Braden Looper today, and Rocky's making a bid at his 12th win of the year. He is 11-6 with a 4.92 ERA. And for our Piggly Wiggly scouting report, we check in with Brewer pitching coach Chris Bosio on Braden Looper.
Loop's had a pretty good stretch in his last couple. I mean, he's throwing well. We're looking for efficiency out of Loop. Been working on a couple different things, working on the different splits of his velocities in between his pitches, working on shape of pitches, which is a constant battle for every pitcher in Major League Baseball. So, we're looking for 6-7 strong innings from Loop and a W today.
Yeah, last 4 starts for Looper have been pretty good. Chris Bosio talked about his last 2, but unfortunately for Looper, in that stretch of 4 pretty good starts, he's only won 1 game. It's been tough for him to win games. 11-6 on the year. ERA just a touch under 5.
Well, set the defense for the Brewers behind Braden Looper. Mike Cameron is out, a little tightness in his hamstring, so it's Garrett who gets the start in center field. Braun and Bourgeois flank him, and then the infield is McGee, Hardy, Lopez, and Fielder with a battery of Jason Kendall and Braden Looper. So a couple of outfielders in Garrett and Bourgeois that have not been everyday players, but they'll get a good look for the Brewers today. 73 degrees is our game time temperature, and just a slight breeze coming out of the southeast. I mean, it is ideal for baseball today on a bright sunny Sunday in Milwaukee. Rob Drake will call the balls and strikes. Jerry Meals, Mike DeMuro, and Dale Scott on the bases. Dale Scott is the crew chief. Any need for a replay, it'll be Dale Scott who makes that call. Big crowd expected today. Game 3 of this 6-game homestand. The Cardinals come to town tomorrow. Labor Day baseball here at Miller Park in the afternoon. Eugenio Velez takes ball 1, and we are underway from Miller Park. Velez, a .284 hitter, has 4 home runs. He's driven in 19. Going to surface at the top of this batting order for the San Francisco Giants. Velez back in left field today. Second start in the outfield. He's played all over the diamond. He's made 12 starts at second base, 20 in left field, 6 in center field, and a couple of starts in right field even. So a valuable tool, especially, Rock, for a team headed towards the postseason. This is a club that is 1 game back right now of the Colorado Rockies in the wild card race.
And they've done it to the Brewers the last couple of games, like they've pretty much done it all season long with good pitching. A couple of 3-2 victories for the Giants, and Bruce Bochy with Velez at the top of the order, looking for some speed to get something going at the top.
Velez slices one down the left field line. That is going to be a fair ball. Velez into second base with a leadoff double. And that's exactly what he does. He is a pesky hitter that can go line to line.
It is a lineup filled with pesky hitters for this Giants club, and what they do is they just put the bat on the baseball. Very aggressive hitters. They're tough to walk, but if you leave a pitch up out over the plate like Looper did to Velez, that's what he's going to do. He's just going to slice it into left field.
So the Giants with a man in scoring position. And here's Edgar Renteria. The Giants, as a club, they struggle offensively, but in order to be successful, they have to do things well as far as execution goes. And then this is a spot where Bruce Bochy wants to see his club advance the runner and then turn it over to Sandoval and Juan Uribe today to drive in the run. And Renteria probably has the choice to do it any way he wants, however he feels best to advance that runner to third base.
Ordinarily a guy that's pretty good to hit the ball to the right side, get it on the ground. And Looper's job is to keep it down and try and get him to hit it to the left side, although there is a big hole between third and short. J.J. Hardy at short has to keep Velez close because he'll steal third base.
Well, a bouncer, Renteria unable to advance Velez, and Hardy an easy play, and you could hear Renteria bark it out, knowing he missed an opportunity there.
And a good off-speed pitch. Looper with the split-fingered fastball, and he had Renteria out in front. So, yes, indeed, he did hit it to J.J. Hardy. That's what you want. You don't want to have him hit it to the right side to allow Velez to get to third.
So here's Pablo Sandoval, one of the best young hitters in all of baseball. Sandoval, a .324 average to start the day. That is fourth best in the National League. Hanley Ramirez still the pace setter in the National League, a .359 average for the Marlins shortstop. And right on cue, the free swinging Sandoval takes a big cut at Looper's first offering.
Ankles to nose, and Sandoval is going to give it a hack. That one right down the middle. This guy never met a fastball he didn't like.
Giants are without Benji Molina in their lineup today. Eli Whiteside catches Sanchez, and that forces Juan Uribe into the cleanup spot. San Francisco has back-to-back 3-2 wins here in Milwaukee, and their last three decisions have been wins by one run, and 4 of their last 5, as a matter of fact. Sandoval rifles one into left center. That's going to get down. Garrett cuts it off, and Sandoval will be held to a single, but Velez scores the run, and San Francisco is on the board here in the first inning.
Boy, nice job by Jody Garrett keeping Sandoval to first base. That keeps that double play alive. Got there quickly, cut it off. If it gets by him, it's an easy double. And there he is again, Sandoval. Check out that pitch. Talk about ankles to nose. That's what I was talking about. That pitch about 6 inches off the dirt, and he's able to hit it hard into center field.
Kind of a modern-day Yogi Berra, or a Vladimir Guerrero, if you will. And it wouldn't surprise me at all to see Sandoval actually hit one on the bounce at some point. He probably has in his career.
You bet.
But he is a free swinger, and he squares up quite often. Look at that pitch.
And it's not just down, but it's away from Sandoval. You can see the way he's out in front, but still able to keep the bat back. Some kind of hitter. A lot of talent.
Drives in a 76th run of the year. Giants up 1-0 here in the first. Looper facing Juan Uribe, who homered here yesterday and has shown some big power here recently. Uribe has 10 home runs and 35 driven in. The plan for Juan Uribe is to move to third base. Freddie Sanchez, whom the Giants acquired via trade with the Pirates, is returning to San Francisco tomorrow. He'll play second base every day. Sanchez has been on the disabled list with a shoulder injury. And Uribe is going to move to third, and that's going to send Pablo Sandoval to first base. So the Giants are going to shake up their infield a little bit as Bochy continues to search for some offense.
And Sandoval, one of those guys that I think will be best served over at first. He's got 14 errors on the season, which isn't terrible for a guy that hasn't played third base that long. It's a good split-fingered fastball under the bat of Juan Uribe. And no shortening up on that 2-strike pitch.
How about Jason Kendall blocking that ball with his bare hand? Missed the glove completely. Use whatever you have, right?
Whatever it takes. Wouldn't be the first time for Jason.
Take a look at this. Look at his bare hand here. Oh, I got it. Covers the 5-hole.
Yeah.
Something's got to cover the 5-hole. If it's the bare hand, so be it.
It's not unusual. A lot of times, catching coaches will tell you to to better square your shoulders, keep that bare hand behind your glove when you block the baseball, but sometimes that's tough to do. The key to that play, though, if you're going to get hit with the bare hand, make sure your hand's loose. You don't want to be tight in a fist. That's how you break a bone.
Relax at impact. And Jason Kendall has that to an art form. Not only behind the plate blocking balls and trying to avoid foul tips and what have you, but also as a hitter. He does that as well.
He moves those hands around, those fingers.
Ball and 2 strikes on Randy Wynn. Sandoval driving in the first Giants run here in the first inning. And Wynn had a good cut, a little bit late. Count remains at 1-2. Wynn last year as a Giant hit .300 in the big leagues. And he's been a good hitter throughout his career. Kind of found a home in San Francisco. He's hit all over the lineup this year as well. Pretty good sign when you look at the various numbers of lineups that Bruce Bochy has used. A club that struggles offensively, trying to find just the right pieces in just the right spots. And Bochy's not afraid to mix his lineup up whatsoever. Matter of fact, today Juan Uribe batting cleanup for the first time this season. And Wynn drives one to right, a base hit. So the third hit of the inning against Braden Looper. The Giants have 2 on with a run in.
Yeah, 3 switch hitters in the Giants lineup, and all 3 of them with base hits here in the first inning. You talk about flexibility. That's one thing that Bruce Bochy has in that lineup. He has guys he can move around a lot. He's got 4 switch hitters on his roster, current roster, and that allows you to do a lot of different things, not just setting your lineup, but as the game goes on.
Well, 2 on for Ryan Garco. Came to the Giants in a trade with Cleveland earlier this year. And you just wonder how much playing time Garco is going to get the rest of the way. He's playing first base today, his natural position. But with Sanchez returning to the Giants roster tomorrow, there'll be limited action at first base, you would think. 20th pitch of the inning coming for Looper, and Garco yanks it foul.
Boy, that ball scalded. And be careful of this guy inside. Apparently that ball down and in, and he hit it hard. Pulled it foul. Nearly hit the base of the Mendoante club out there, just to the left of it. Smoked it.
0-2 to Garco. Yanks another one. That's about as far as you can pull a baseball up there.
Kind of reminds you of Rob Deere. Rob Deere used to do that all the time.
The hook and ladder.
Robbie would used to pull balls so much he'd actually hit them foul out of the stadium at County Stadium. Talk about getting the head out, right?
Now Garco was acquired in late July from the Indians. He's a power hitter with Cleveland. Giants thought he'd come to town and hit some home runs. Not an easy place to hit home runs in San Francisco. Garco's never faced Braden Looper. Has had limited action on this road trip. Has just 5 at-bats, 2 for 5 on this current Giants road trip, which is in its 6th game. Broken bat. Felipe Lopez will handle it. And the inning is over. 3 hits in the inning. The Giants score a run. Now the Brewers coming up against Jonathan Sanchez. Bottom of the first, Ken Maka trying to put a lineup together that can salvage a win in this series. Maka's lineup brought to you by Subway. It's Felipe Lopez, Jason Bourgeois, and Ryan Braun at the top. If anybody gets on, Fielder will hit in this first inning, and he's been very good with runners on base this year. Casey McGee follows Prince, then J.J. Hardy, and the bottom three for Maka is Kendall Garrett and Braden Looper. And that lineup will face Jonathan Sanchez. He makes his 27th appearance of the year, his 24th start. It has been a roller coaster season for Jonathan Sanchez this year, but he is basically on the upswing of that roller coaster right now.
Yeah, he's starting to find it a bit. I mean, this guy's got a tremendous arm. It's just a matter of him being able to, throw strikes. It's basically what it comes down to.
Felipe Lopez leads off.
Let's check out the Piggly Wiggly scouting report on Jonathan Sanchez. Started out 2-8, then he threw the no-hitter, and since that time 4-3 with a 2.87 ERA. Good stuff for him. Big fastball, big sweeping slider, and you can steal on this guy. Base stealers are 50 out of 61. That's unbelievable when you think he's a left-handed pitcher.
Big leg kick and a big strikeout pitcher. Has more strikeouts than innings pitched this year. And you got to think, Rock, on a day like this, a bright sunny day with a lot of contrast between the shadows and the hitter's eye, he is going to be one tough customer if he's commanding today.
Effectively wild, too. He's a guy you really can't dig in on. You never know where it's going to go.
Jason Bourgeois gets the start. Mike Cameron out of the lineup today. He's got a little bit of a tug on the hamstring, so Jody Garrett, one of two lefties in this starting lineup against Sanchez. Bourgeois in the big leagues 5 for 20. Has a home run and 3 runs batted in. Slices that one foul. Bourgeois coming up from AAA Nashville. The Sounds wrap up their season tomorrow, and Nashville lost yesterday and the Memphis Redbirds won, so they are officially eliminated from postseason. And you'll probably start to see some moves between Milwaukee and Nashville in the coming days. The Brewers did release Jesus Colome earlier today.
Kind of a surprise. I mean, September you can have as many pitchers as you want, and they're deciding to let Colome go.
Bourgeois down the left field line. That's a long run for Velez. He lays out and makes the catch. What a play by Eugenio Velez. Man, oh man, that was something special from the Giants left fielder.
Off to a pretty good start for Velez here today. Leadoff double and then taking extra bases away from Bourgeois. That ball gets by him. I mean, that's a triple minimum the way Bourgeois runs, maybe more. Nice running catch. He's playing pretty much straight away, went straight across to the corner, and a nice diving catch to haul it in.
And even a partisan Brewers crowd applauding that play. That was something else. Bourgeois robbed of extra bases, and Velez coming up with a belly flop for out number 2.
Tough way to wake up on a Sunday morning, right? First inning. Fully extended. Started out on the grass and slid over to the cinders over there on the warning track.
Ryan Braun rips one down the line. Foul, just hooked out in front of it. Had a good sound to it, but Braun just a little ahead of it. Velez has been busy. Take another look at this catch. It's worth repeating. Oh. Not bad for a second baseman.
Pitching and defense, that's going to win you championships. That's why the Giants are still in it. Next to last in runs scored, 11th in batting average, but they're right in the wild card picture because of their pitching and defense.
Braun pulls another one foul. Well, the Giants start the day a game back of the Rockies. Colorado continues to win. Rockies have won back-to-back games, as have the Giants. And those two are keeping themselves in the picture with the Dodgers. You know, at one point it looked like the Dodgers were a runaway train in the West. But Los Angeles starts the day just 4.5 up on Colorado. And just 5.5 up on the Giants. As Braun is called out, Jerry Meals rings him up, saying he was unable to check his swing. But the play of the day so far, Eugenio Velez, they're out number 2 in this first inning, sets the tone. Top of the second, Eugenio Velez with a great catch in left field. And still talking about it in that dugout. Braden Looper back on the mound, giving up a run on 3 hits in the first. Aaron Rowand in the shadows. He leads off. Rowand has spent some time as a leadoff hitter this year as well. He's another guy that's been bounced up and down that batting order. In the 7th spot in the order here today.
Just not able to get the job done out of that leadoff spot. Not a guy you would think that was a leadoff hitter. More of a power hitter. But lost his leadoff spot to Velez, who's done a pretty good job since taking over.
Had a good cut. Looper ahead of him 1-2. Giants are returning home after this game today. They start a series with the Padres tomorrow. The Brewers welcome in the Cardinals. Cardinals got another dramatic home run last night from Albert Pujols. Won another one for San Francisco. Rotation is set for the Cardinals series. Dave Bush will start tomorrow. There was some question whether Bush would continue on after his last start in St. Louis. Some thought he might be shut down for a little while, but Bush saw the doctor, conferred with the athletic trainers, and he is going to continue to pitch and try to, if nothing else, break some scar tissue up and start to feel like his old self again, in his words.
You know, Dave Bush wants to get out there and shake off that last outing that he had against the Cardinals. Not a very good one.
Well, if you like pitching, you're going to want to join us at Miller Park for the Cardinals series, because they'll send up Chris Carpenter, John Smoltz, and Adam Wainwright.
So that's going to be 9 straight games with some of the best starters in the National League. This left St. Louis. this Giants rotation nasty. He talked about, how Bruce Bochy has been trying to, mix and match his offense, but one thing has been consistent all season long, just about, that starting rotation.
Yeah, they went the longest with the original 5 in their starting rotation. The Brewers came up second in that category when Dave Bush finally went on the disabled list.
Like a day or two. I mean, the Giants had to go to a young kid when they were here in Milwaukee.
Yeah, Ryan Sadowski, and he tossed 6 shutout innings back in June. Little bouncer out to J.J. Hardy, and Rowan is retired. Our Carsuit.com email the booth question today. Terry in Hayward wants to know, what are the Brewers' plans in handling Gallardo the rest of the season? And we thought we'd let Ken Maka answer that question today.
His next start will be on the 15th in Chicago. We have this day off here going to Arizona. So we'll run the 4 games here, a day off, and then the other 4 games with the starters and push him back.
So Gallardo will get the 9 days off. His scheduled start was on the off day, so the Brewers will basically stick with a 4-man rotation until Gallardo's turn comes back around. Yeah, they're just trying to protect the young pitcher.
175 plus innings already, and didn't pitch much last year, and that would be a huge jump from just about nothing to 175. Last thing you want to do is put too much into that arm this year, and particularly since the Brewers right now 15 games back. Why push it with them?
Well, we talked to Doug Melvin and Gord Ash earlier today, and while there is the notion of protecting the field is what they call it in golf, but you want to make sure you get your best players and your most talented players to play games through the entire season, especially when you're against teams like the Giants who are in the playoff race.
And that's what the Brewers are going to be dealing with the rest of the way. I mean, teams that essentially are in the hunt, except for the Diamondbacks.
And while you take those considerations, Doug Melvin and Gord Ash also pointing out that you have to be proactive with a young pitcher like Gallardo, a talent like that, 23 years of age, and a great future, sound mechanics. Gallardo is in no pain whatsoever. He doesn't have any elbow or shoulder issues. It's just that the Brewers want to make sure, based on where they are in the standings, that they're protective of their young arm. Base hit for Eli Whiteside, and the Giants have their 4th hit against Looper here in the 2nd inning.
And even when Nashville season's done, not sure if the Brewers are going to be able to bring up a pitcher that they can use in the starting rotation, if in fact Dave Bush is not going to be able to continue. So it's one of those things that they have to grind over the rest of the way.
And it's a general theory that applies to the entire roster. Doug Melvin certainly has considerations to make when you're talking about taking a look at young players. I mean, there's that balance he was telling us earlier today between winning and development and evaluation. And, usually that's something that occurs every day in the minor leagues, but something at this time of the year you have to pay attention to. And quite frankly, the Brewers are trying to get some answers on some guys as well.
Yeah.
Guys like Bourgeois and Jody Garrett. Is Jody Garrett a factor in center field next year? Don't forget Corey Patterson, who just arrived from AAA.
Yep. I want to see if Casey McGee is going to be able to cover that 3rd base spot on a long-term basis. Anxious to see Corey Patterson in a game. A guy with a world of ability.
Patterson's been up and down between the minor leagues and the major leagues now going on a decade. And he came to Chicago, seems like forever ago, but it was about 10 years as one of the prized prospects in all of baseball. Might see Patterson today. Looper back at the top of the order. 2 outs and a runner at second after Sanchez drops the bunt down. Velez has been the man of the hour so far. He doubled and scored in the first and made a great diving catch in the bottom of the first in left field.
Looper really trying to establish that split-fingered fastball early in the ball game. I mean, this Giant club, as we've seen already, good fastball hitters. And Looper did a nice job in his last start against the Cardinals, kind of going away from his normal pattern. He threw an awful lot of fastballs and cutters against the Cardinals and was very effective. Going back more to the comfort level of that split-fingered fastball today.
Looper went 6 innings against St. Louis, allowed 4 runs. A game the Cardinals would win 7-6. Comeback victory for the Cardinals that day. That was the Matt Holliday 3-run home run game. Looper threw 104 pitches against his old club. He won against the Nationals on August 21st. Had 2 wins and 1 loss in the month of August, and his second start in the month of September. A win today for Looper joins him with Giovanni Gallardo at the top of the win total for the Brewers. Velez takes a hack, and Braun settles under it. Looper's out of the inning. Scoreless frame for Looper. Fielder leads off. As we head to the Brewer half of the second inning, and a big crowd on hand to see some of the best young sluggers in the game. Fielder ready to lead off. Taco Bell, who's hot, the home run derby champ, is currently first in baseball in RBIs with 122. He's 4th in the National League in home runs, 2nd in slugging percentage, has 92 walks this year, which is 7 away from a franchise record. He's chasing 2 franchise records right now, RBIs and walks. He is 4 RBIs away from tying Cecil Cooper for the franchise mark. And he comes into play today 7 walks shy of the franchise record. And to think he could accomplish that in the same season is a big story. 36 home runs for Prince. He still leads the Brewers, our Powerball home run leaderboard.
All that's great and very meaningful for Prince, but I think the one goal that he has that he's very close to achieving, that would mean more to him than any, would be that 300 batting average.
Prince at 298 to start the day. Began this series batting 300. He was 0 for 2 on Friday. Did have a hit yesterday is 1 for 6 in this series. He's got a tough matchup today in the left-hander Jonathan Sanchez.
It is. I mean, he's got nasty stuff, particularly that sweeping slider that always gives left-handed hitters fits. It's just a matter of, left-handed hitters. Prince in this case. Prince and Jody Garrett going to have to lay off that slider that's off the plate. He throws a lot of them.
.27 is the bat of choice today, and that would be Frank Catalanato's lumber. So Frank goes to the bat bin and realizes he's one short. It's okay.
He won't say anything, though.
Fielder rips one to right, and that one is going to bounce off the base of the wall. It's bobbled out there by Wynn. Here comes Prince to second, and the throw, a belly flop in there. Prince is safe at second base. Somebody get Pete Rose on the phone.
Boy, he got a lot of air under him on that flop, didn't he? Wow. And nearly landed right on top of second base. Prince has got to start that dive a little bit sooner. Tough pitch to get on top of, a high fastball. He rips it off the wall, gets by Wynn, and that's why Prince elected to try to get into second base. Check it out. Pretty close. Renteria thought he got him. Either that or Renteria, in pain, Prince might have got a piece of him. Nice.
That was as close to Charlie Hustle as you'll ever see. 30th double of the year, and Prince earned every leg of it. I mean, what happened to go through Renteria's mind as Prince is coming toward him?
Actually jumps up, which slows him down. And actually has his hand on the bag. Well done, Prince.
We're going to need some new dirt.
Just don't get hurt.
There's a big divot to repair after this inning is over at second base.
You love the hustle of Prince Fielder, the determination. Just a lot of big, strong, a lot of big home run hitters. Guys like Prince, they'd be happy with a single right there. I mean, just kind of mosey on into first base. Not Fielder.
Fun to watch.
He is. Up and down. And he is safe. That's a good angle right there. Good call. Mike DeMiro at second base.
Well, we'll see if Casey McGee can cash him in here. Fielder at second base. 1-2 the count on McGee. And Sanchez strikes him out.
95 on the hands. That's a nasty pitch.
Third strikeout for Sanchez. Sanchez has 148 strikeouts now and just over 133 innings. You strike out more than innings pitched in the big leagues, especially as a starting pitcher. You know you have great stuff. And there's a swing and a miss by J.J. Hardy.
But he walks a batter just about every 2 innings. He walks a lot of batters. He strikes out a lot of batters. That's been his nemesis throughout his career. Throwing strikes. Not too many left-handers with a better arm than Jonathan Sanchez. He's got to throw strikes with it. He reminds me a little bit of Oliver Perez, doesn't he?
He does, yeah.
I mean, his arm and his arm angle, his ability, and just sometimes not able to find a strike zone.
And the book on Sanchez has always been, he has no-hit stuff, even before his no-hitter. So it didn't really surprise anyone that Sanchez tossed a no-no. It's just a situation of him putting it all together. That no-hitter he threw for the Giants, the 13th in their storied franchise.
Should have been a perfect game. He didn't walk a batter.
He was in the 8th inning with a perfect game, as a matter of fact. With 1 out in the 8th inning, it was an error by Juan Uribe, who was playing third that day. That was the only base runner of the game. That no-hitter was back on July 10th against the Padres. First no-hitter by a Giants pitcher since John Montefusco's no back in '76.
The talent.
Two and two to Hardy. Down he goes. Back-to-back strikeouts for Sanchez.
He gets a lot of swings and misses on pitches out of the strike zone. He's got Ryan Braun on a pitch up. J.J. Hardy chases a high fastball. You have to, really have to cheat with that guy out there in the mound. He throws so hard that if you wait back like you ordinarily would, he's going to throw it right by you. And because of that, you're going to swing pitches out of the strike zone.
Fielder still standing at second base. And it's up to Kendall with 2 outs. Giants lead 1-0. San Francisco posted a first inning run on an RBI single from Sandoval. Four strikeouts for Sanchez. 4 of the 5 outs have been via strikeout. The other out was the diving catch by Eugenio Velez on Bourgeois. Kendall checks in, batting .243 today. Has a home run, 33 runs batted in. His lone home run came in Houston. Strike, fastball, 95 miles an hour on the big board.
We had a little bit of movement that time. I tell you, this guy's got a good arm.
Easy cheese, as they say.
Doesn't look like it's putting much effort in, does it?
Well, Kendall has worked a hitter's count out of it. Jody Garrett is due up next, a left-handed hitter. The 3-1, and Kendall takes a ball. Sanchez walks Kendall. The Brewers have 2 on, but the Giants have the matchup in their favor as Sanchez will face Jody Garrett. Garrett has a couple of hits against left-handers this year, at least with the Brewers. He's 2 for 8 against lefties. You don't see him hit that often against left-handed pitching. And while Cameron is nursing a little tightness in the hamstring, the Brewers want to find out if Garrett can be an everyday player again. He's exceptional defensively. That is a given.
He's already proven that in the first inning.
Has a good arm, an accurate arm. Covers a lot of ground.
All the extra outfielders for Ken Maka are all left-handed hitters. So Jody Garrett gets the opportunity here today.
Those are the splits for Garrett. A better batting average against lefties, but neither one of those numbers are where Garrett wants to be right now. He knows he's struggled offensively this year. He hasn't really had a lot of consistent playing time. He wasn't playing consistently in San Diego, and then he was basically a 1 at-bat a day guy when he arrived in Milwaukee. Back-to-back days in the starting lineup for Garrett. Shows a good eye. 2-2.
Didn't miss by much that pitch. Boy, right off the outside corner. Good take.
Two on, 2 out. And Garrett takes a call at strike 3. So Sanchez strikes out the side, but a little entertainment value in the second inning. There's one of the legends, Big Spike, Gorman Thomas. And his image displayed out in front of Miller Park. Beautiful day for baseball. The roof is open. Sun shining brightly on the big crowd here this afternoon. Labor Day weekend in Milwaukee. Hope you're enjoying it wherever you may be. Good day to get the Barbies out. Maybe a little spot on the lake today, Rock. You're going to do some fishing after the game?
No doubt. We're getting into some prime fishing season right now. Cooling off. You know, the fish are a little bit active, getting ready for the long winter. Is that a little bit more information than you were looking for?
Not at all. Braden Looper, big fisherman himself. I think he's got a line to drop later today. And hoping he can do it with a win under his belt. Looper giving up a first inning run on 3 hits. Works in his 3rd inning. He'll have Renteria, Sandoval, and Uribe to start it. Renteria just lays the bat down, and Bourgeois makes a nice catch. That was a strange looking ball in play right there. It didn't look like it had enough carry. Fooled Bourgeois a little bit, but he's able to recover and make the out.
Almost threw the bat at it, and I think it either had a funny spin on it, it moved out there funny, or Bourgeois just didn't pick it up all that well in the shadows. Finally had to make a quick adjustment right at the last second to haul it in.
Just goes to show you, you don't necessarily have to swing hard to hit it far. You gotta square up on it.
Bat speed at the point of contact, even if you throw it at the baseball.
So 1 gone for Sandoval. That hit in the first inning that produced a run, his first hit of the series. Sandoval has hit 3 home runs against the Brewers this year. All of them here at Miller Park. There's Bruce Fremming up here in the press box today, legendary umpire.
Keeping an eye on the arbiters down there, making sure that they're towing the line.
Sandoval draws a walk. Always good to see Bruce at the ballpark.
Yeah. Hey fans, tomorrow's Time Warner Cable Customer Appreciation Night here at the ballpark as the Brewers take on the St. Louis Cardinals. Find a buy one get one free Terrace ticket voucher for the game with your most recent Time Warner Cable statement. That's good while supplies last.
Uribe fouls one away. We appreciate the gifts that Bruce Fremming brought us. He watches a lot of our games, and he said, you know, whenever you guys start to feel like you want to play umpire up there in the booth, I want you to wear these hats. And so now we can actually look the part. So we have our umpire caps. So anytime Rock starts to, call the balls and strikes.
He loves it when I do that.
He brought us some hats. McGee to second to turn. Not in time. So far the strike zone's been pretty good.
That's signed him for us. Just a bit outside, your friend Bruce.
You know what he put on my hat? I don't know if you can see this one. Don't beak me.
That's a good shot right there.
When you beak someone, you hit him with the hat.
Right.
And that's Fremming's line. Don't beak me, Rock. Schroeds.
Would never think of it.
We're thinking about going down to the umpiring school this off season. That might be fun to do.
I think he's setting this up. Getting us amongst all those umpires and then start telling stories about what we say about them all the time.
Very respectful of the umpires.
I know we are, but you know how Bruce can exaggerate from time to time.
Little drama in there, you're saying.
Corner us with no escape.
Tell you what, though, you put one of these hats on and you feel like you got some authority now.
Strike zone automatically looks smaller to you. Just kidding, Bruce. Just kidding.
Now every pitch looks like a ball. Randy Wynn over the fielder, and that will retire the side. Having some fun at Miller Park this afternoon. Hanging out near the Friday's Front Row Grill. He's got his eye black on. That's a good call today. A lot of bright sunshine pouring through the ballpark. A flamethrower on the mound, Jonathan Sanchez, and he has 5 punch-outs already. All but one of the outs he has recorded have been via strikeout. And facing Braden Looper to start this third. They only hit a fielder double that started the second inning. Sanchez has given up a hit and a walk. Man, look at that stuff. Just for the fun of it, snaps off a breaking ball against Looper. That is his 6th strikeout, and he's showing some of that no-hitter ability this afternoon.
No, once again, it's all about Sanchez throwing the ball over the plate, throwing strikes. He's been able to do that. He's only walked to 1. That was Jason Kendall. And really hasn't found himself behind the count a whole lot. And because of that, he's got the Brewers defensive with 2 strikes.
Back to the top of the order, Felipe Lopez, the switch hitting second baseman for the Brewers. He struck out his last time up. From Mayaguez, Puerto Rico, 26-year-old Jonathan Sanchez. Hard to believe he is 6-11 this year, and hard to believe he has an earned run average over 4.
We had a rough start to his season. We talked about it on our Piggly Wiggly scouting report. He started 2-8. Actually got taken out of the rotation for a brief time.
Lopez bounces one off of Garco, but he recovers in time for out number 2.
Hey fans, visit the official online shop of the Brewers at brewers.com. Browse the largest selection of online authentic team gear, including official caps, t-shirts, jerseys, collectibles, and much more. Get your team gear straight from the source. Shop the brewers.com shop.
Two outs for Jason Bourgeois. Bourgeois Was robbed of extra bases his last time up. And what will be one of the best catches of the day in the major leagues. I haven't even seen what has happened anywhere else in the big leagues, but
don't need to.
If they're going to be better than Eugenio Velez,
yeah,
I'd like to see it. Full out extension onto the warning track. And robbing Bourgeois. If that gets by Velez in that first, if that gets by him, it's going to be at least a triple.
Yeah.
And with Bourgeois' speed, who knows? If it bounces around in the corner down there, he might even have a chance to score. Jammed him, a pop up. That's going to stay playable. Sandoval barks, and he's got it for the out. 3 up, 3 down inning.
Tully Hughes here. Time to get you caught up, and there's only been one run scored so far today, and it came off the bat of Pablo Sandoval. He RBI single in the first. Jonathan Sanchez, 6 Ks through 3 innings, only giving up 1 hit. Prince Fielder double, and the play of the day, Eugenio Velez lays out Robin Jason Bourgeois, and like VA said, probably the play of the day without seeing any other plays around Major League Baseball, and that's where we stand now. A 1-0 Giants lead in the top of the 4th, guys.
Thanks, Telly. Braden Looper back on the mound. He has Ryan Garco leading off. Garco, Rowan, and Whiteside for the Giants. 6, 7, and 8 in their batting order. Garco slices one into right center. Jody Garrett will run it down. Out number 1. And time now for our Aflac trivia question this afternoon. Today the Duck wants to ask what Giants legend attended the University of Wisconsin and was born in West Allis. It's a great question. Giant legend, mind you. And a former Badger. They've had a lot of legends in their storied history.
Yes, they have.
Originally the New York Giants. Before they were the Giants, they were known as the Highlanders. No, we're not talking about Dwayne Kuiper.
But he is a legend. There wasn't too many better at second base than Dwayne Kuiper.
Great glove. Rowan, little lazy fly ball into center field, and it's out number 2. 2 up and 2 down for Braden Looper. Now 2 gone for Eli Whiteside. Whiteside caught Jonathan Sanchez for the no-hitter and is back in there today. Brad Penny made his debut with the Giants in Philadelphia a few days back. Whiteside caught Brad Penny, and after the game, after Penny had gone 8 shutout innings, mind you, Brad Penny said Whiteside called the best game he's ever had called for him in his career.
That's pretty high praise because Brad Penny's had some pretty good ones.
Think about Jason Varitek with the Red Sox.
Right, he's regarded as one of the best.
Russell Martin with the Dodgers.
Yeah. Early days with the Florida Marlins.
Penny is the new addition to this Giants starting rotation. Boy, did he hit the ground running with his new club. 8 shutout innings against Philadelphia. Whiteside breaks his bat. Braun is coming in, and he's got it. 3 routine outs for Braden Looper. 3 up, 3 down. Right.
Tom Barrett throughout the first pitch as he was honored by the Brewers as the Community Achievers Award winner for the month. Barrett made national headlines last month when he was attacked and injured as he came to the aid of a resident near the Wisconsin State Fairgrounds. And guys, it was really good to see the mayor out and back in good spirits and amongst us here at Miller Park, guys.
Yeah, good to have Mayor Barrett at the ballpark today. Still bandaged up, but able to get off a good throw. Ryan Braun leads off for the Crew. 1-0, the Giants lead it, making a first inning run hold up at this point. Jonathan Sanchez with 6 strikeouts, 3 scoreless innings on the book. He only hit a fielder double as Braun slices one to right. That's playable for Randy Wynn. And 1 away in the 4th. Well, time now to dig out the archives thanks to Digger's Hotline. We take you back to July 19th, 2008 versus these very Giants. Prince Fielder, his 100th career home run. He did it in the 7th inning. Off Osiris Matos, that went into McCovey Cove. Brewers would end up winning the game 8-5 on that Saturday afternoon. And a lot of talk about Braun achieving the 100 home run plateau in his 3rd year. Fielder did it in June of last season. And Fielder with 150 career home runs now. Has 122 RBIs. He is 4 runs batted in shy of Cecil Cooper's record. Prince with a belly flop double in the 2nd. Pulled a Pete Rose slide into second base for the only Brewer hit.
Prince doing a good job trying to stay closed and not trying to leak that front shoulder out in anticipation of that big sweeping slider from Sanchez. That's the thing that makes him so tough, at least lately, the way he's been throwing the baseball. That big sweeping slider away from lefties, and then he'll bust that fastball because he has enough on it to get you out inside. He let a fastball get away from him out over the plate to Prince. That's why he was able to get that double.
See what he does here, 2-2. Throw him a fastball. Fielder fouls it away.
The other thing, he's got enough velocity behind his fastball to be able to make mistakes. I mean, Whiteside was setting up outside. He threw that one on the inside corner, still able to jam Prince on it. So when you have big time arm like Sanchez, you don't have to have pinpoint control.
Sanchez strikes out Prince Fielder. 7 punch outs now for Jonathan Sanchez.
Started him away with the slider. Then he came in with a couple of fastballs, then put him away with a slider he took a little bit off of.
Back to our Aflac trivia question. Want to know what Giants legend attended University of Wisconsin and was born in West Allis? None other than Harvey Keene, who was a utility man with the Giants in the late 60s. Former Rookie of the Year. He was a Rookie of the Year with the Tigers. And, of course, a great manager. There's the split for the Bay Area Cheeseheads, as they call them. Harvey Keene and Dwayne Kuiper. Kuiper from Racine, Wisconsin. And Dwayne's brother Jeff is the Giants producer as well. Not pictured here. Dwayne went to Southern Illinois. Some good seasons with the Giants, but most notable for his broadcasting ability. He's one of the best, too. Dwayne Kuiper and Mike Krukow do the games for the Giants.
Very good. A couple of ball players just talking baseball every night up there in the broadcast booth for the Giants.
Casey McGee with 2 away. He was Sanchez's 3rd strikeout victim. Back in the 2nd inning. Casey draws the walk. So the 2nd walk issued by the left-hander. And the Brewers put the tying run aboard in the 4th for J.J. Hardy. Saw Harvey Keene Jr. in the ballpark a couple of days ago. Still scouting with the Brewers. Covering the Midwest.
Yeah, Harv's everywhere. Those guys never have an off season.
Always looking for the next one. Had a nice moment here last year. The anniversary with the Brewers, kind of remembering that '82 team, and interesting to see all the legends show up, and then the widow of Harvey Keene. And Harvey Jr. was here.
Audrey.
The whole family.
Became somewhat of a mother figure to that Brewer club.
That must have been 2 years ago, actually. '07, right? The reunion weekend. How time flies.
Yeah.
0-2 to Hardy. 2 outs with a runner at first, and JJ down on strikes. Nasty breaking ball from Sanchez. 8 punch outs now for this big left-hander, and it's still 1-0. Well, see if Looper can keep matching him. Well, you see the story there. The Brewers have just one hit. And Jonathan Sanchez has no-hitter stuff. He has 8 strikeouts through the first 4 innings. On a Labor Day weekend here in Milwaukee, the Brewers trying to salvage the final game of this series with the Giants. Braden Looper surrendering a first-inning run. There were 3 hits in that first inning. Looper's only given up 1 hit since, and coming off his first 3-up, 3-down inning in the 4th. Sanchez has just 2 hits this season. Giants pitcher is 2 for 34 at the plate. Not especially known for his bat.
Well, you still have to make your pitches on him. Anybody up there with a bat can do some damage if you don't make quality pitches. And especially more difficult when you get behind in the count to a pitcher.
Three balls and 2 strikes to Sanchez.
Oh, the splitter.
Fielder backhands it. Looper covers for him. And 1 away. But Sanchez took him to a full count.
Brewers Kids Club members have the opportunity to participate in a pregame on-field parade around the warning track. That's tomorrow. Kids 14 and under can join the Brewers Kids Club, presented by Associated Bank, by calling 414-902-4000.
Bunch of kids here at the ballpark today. School starting up. Off day tomorrow on Labor Day, and you can bet be a lot of families here at the ballpark again. We hope you'll make plans to join us. Some tickets available as Velez sends one to center field. 2 outs. Well, we're wrapping up our U.S. Cellular text to vote question for this week. All week we've asked you who you think is the team to beat in the National League. W, Cardinals, X, Dodgers, Y, Phillies, Z for the Rockies or the Giants. So you can text your answer to 234-234, courtesy of U.S. Cellular. Cardinals are a runaway train in the Central right now. The largest lead of any division in baseball. The Cardinals have an 11.5 game lead over the Cubs. 15 games up on the Brewers and the Astros. St. Louis will be in here next. They're in here tomorrow.
Yeah, Brewers have a tough schedule to finish the season. I mean, big time tough. Not too many tougher in baseball in September and the first week in October.
Still 6 games remaining with the Cardinals. Renteria deep into left center field. And that will bounce off the wall. Bounces up and out here, as a matter of fact. And it's a ground rule double for the Giants shortstop. It's only the 2nd hit allowed by Looper since the first inning.
And they got to be careful with Sandoval. He got first base open. Wouldn't be surprised if they didn't just put him on. Hits out over the plate, up in the zone. 1 hop over the wall for a 2-out double.
And the Brewers will walk Sandoval intentionally. Sandoval has a hit and a walk today. Had his first hit of the series in the first inning, and it produced a run. The only run of the game so far. Giants are down a game to the Rockies in the wild card race. Colorado is hosting Arizona. That game's just underway. Quick discussion at the mound. Braden Looper to face Juan Uribe with 2 on and 2 out.
Got to be careful up in the strike zone with this guy. Good high ball hitter. Took a Gallardo curveball that stayed up in the zone, knocked it out of here second deck and left yesterday.
Another strike. Yesterday, hung one up, did Gallardo, and Uribe hit one deep into the second deck. First run for the Giants yesterday. Has 10 homers this year. First time this season Uribe has hit in the cleanup spot. 2 on with 2 out. And the 0-2 by Looper. Misses away. Two and two.
He's having a tough time with that put away pitch today. Maybe we get ahead a couple of strikes with a fastball up of all places. First one was the best one for Uribe to hit. He took it. He's missed with a couple of splitters.
Uribe sends one to right. Back is Bourgeois at the track. He's got it. Bourgeois runs one down. A well hit ball by Juan Uribe, but Bourgeois too. It's time to bring you up to speed with the AT&T Rapid Rewind. AT&T, the nation's fastest 3G network. AT&T, your world delivered. Well, been some great pitching and some great defense in this game already. Jonathan Sanchez is dialed in right now, has 8 strikeouts. He's only surrendered 2 walks, 1 hit. The only hit was a fielder double that led off the second inning. Sanchez then promptly struck out the side to get out of the inning. Bottom of the order coming up here in the 5th for the Crew. Kendall, Garrett, and Braden Looper. Kendall pops it up. Renteria will make the call with the shades down, and it's out number 1.
It's time for today's Tavern of the Game winner. It's strictly Hot Shots in Weyauwega, Wisconsin. If they call the Brewers by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, even on Labor Day, somebody's going to answer it. They get 40 tickets to an April or May 2010 Brewers home game. This offer courtesy of the Tavern League of Wisconsin and Miller Lite. Waya-Wega.
Rolls off the tongue. Jody Garrett takes a strike. Little bouncer. Uribe makes a nice play. Out number 2. Giants are good defensively. They're about to get better. And the addition of Freddie Sanchez. At second base, Sanchez has been on the disabled list with a shoulder injury. It's not his throwing shoulder, however. He's been down in AAA on a rehab assignment. He joins the Giants tomorrow. And an abundance of pitching for San Francisco. They have quite a few matchups with their division the rest of the way. So between the Dodgers and the Rockies, not only is the wild card still up for grabs, but the division's still up for grabs as well.
Hey, you never know what can happen. The Dodgers have had opportunities to put that division away and have not been able to do it.
Well, they ought to have some answers by the 21st of September. Because the Giants, in their next 4 series, they have the Padres coming up next, but then they will play the Dodgers at home, then the Rockies at home, and then they go to Los Angeles. Still 6 games remaining with the Dodgers as Looper strikes out and the inning is over. Brewers baseball on Fox Sports Wisconsin is presented by the Wisconsin Lottery and its family of instant scratch games. Odds are you'll like them. By Airtran. Go, there's nothing stopping you. And by Aflac. We've got you under our wing. And this copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Brewers. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent of the Brewers. Now, the Brewers have announced that tickets for Brewers on Deck 2010 are now on sale. The event is set to take place Sunday, January 31st from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., and that's going to be at the Midwest Airlines Center. Brewers on Deck, the Winter Fan Festival that will help bridge the gap between the Wisconsin winter and spring training. Tickets can be purchased at the Miller Park ticket office, or as always, you can log on to Brewers.com. 3 million tickets sold this year. That Fan Fest was quite a hit last year at the Midwest Airlines Center. So why wouldn't we do it again, right?
A lot of fun. That was a lot of fun. A lot of folks.
Randy Wynn with a leadoff single in the 6th. He has 2 hits today. Giants have 6 hits on the board.
Let's check out Randy Wynn. Just, take in what Looper is going to give him. Looper throwing one down and away, not a bad pitch. And Randy Wynn just dumps it into left field. Good at bat. A good pitch and a good swing on a good pitch. Base hit.
Wynn's a base stealer, 13 bags this year. He's only been caught twice. And we'll see if Bochy puts him in motion. Tim Flannery, third base coach, former Padres broadcaster turned Giants coach when Bochy went from San Diego to San Francisco. Back up the middle and a base hit. So Garco with a single back through the box. 2 on for the Giants to start the 6th inning.
And Looper getting a couple of ground balls. Unfortunately, that one able to sneak through. Good job keeping the ball down so far today. And Garco just able to sneak it out of the reach of Felipe Lopez. Pitch out. It was down and a couple of inches from perhaps a double play ball.
Garco's first hit. Aaron Rowan, the batter, with 2 on to start the 6th inning. Rowan is 0 for 2 against Looper today. Grounded out in the 2nd inning, and he flew out to center field in the 4th. Pulls one over to McGee, steps on the bag to second for the 2nd out, to first. Oh, a triple play! Oh, baby! The Brewers go around the horn and turn 3.
First double play since 1999.
Triple play.
Triple play. That's right.
That was against the Cubs in '99. 5-4-3 around the horn. It is the 5th triple play in franchise history. Wow, what a moment here at Miller Park. See, that's why you come to the ballpark.
That's right.
or you watch on TV?
You know, Gary Gaetti did that, it seemed like, all the time. He had 2 of those identical just like that in the same game when he was a Minnesota Twin. It's all about the luck of the draw right there. Casey McGee right on the bag as that ground ball got to him, and then it just became a simple turning of a double play. Most of the time when you see a triple play, it involves guys on the move. You know, 3-2 counts, guys stealing a line drive, and somebody catches it, and then they're easy pickings on the bases, but a very rare ground ball for a triple play.
I saw one earlier this year with Eric Brontlett of the Phillies. He had an unassisted triple play on a play you're talking about with a line drive of the runners in motion. Well, the Giants have not hit into a triple play since '98, if you like to keep the records tidy. First the Brewers have turned since '99. It's one of the rarest of all. I've never seen a triple play in person. I mean, I've been calling games since '94, and I've never seen a triple play.
Seen a few. I was involved in one in the minor leagues. I was one of the base runners that got tagged out. It was actually a bunt. One of our guys in Double-A missed a bunt sign, or missed a steal sign.
Ran through it.
And he bunted. And he popped it up. Triple play.
Which out were you in the mix?
I was actually the lead runner on the steal. How about that? Most people, when I tell that story, figured I was the guy
Trail
bunting.
runner. You thought you or the trail runner. 5-4-3 triple play. Giants have 2 on to start the inning, and with 1 swing of the bat, Braden Looper gets 3 outs. Well, maybe that means things are turning in the Brewers' favor here. They certainly could use a little turn in the mo.
Yeah, momentum comes in a lot of different ways. Defense will give you some momentum.
Lopez, a leadoff walk. Only the second time today the Brewers have had their leadoff man aboard. And Bourgeois trying to get him on the move here. The Brewers have just 1 hit. Fielder's double in the second. He knocked one over the head of Randy Wynn. Bourgeois skies one out to Rowan, the victim of the triple play, and he makes the catch for out number 1. Well, been some flashy defense here today. Our Toyota game summary. Pablo Sandoval with an RBI in the first inning, had a base hit single, and it has held up at this point. Still 1-0 Giants. Eugenio Velez made a great catch, as did Jason Bourgeois. Jonathan Sanchez with 9 strikeouts. But a 5-4-3 triple play highlights this one today so far. And here's Ryan Braun with 1 away.
And we talked about the success of Ryan Braun against left-handers on our open today, and one of the reasons for that, most left-handers try to work right-handed power hitters away, and Ryan covers that part of the plate extremely well. What we've seen from Sanchez so far against Ryan, he's been coming inside on him and has been able to get the baseball by him.
Shook off a fastball that time to go with a breaking ball, and he spins one in for a strike. Braun is 0 for 2, a strikeout and a fly ball out. Ryan into right center, base hit. Waited back on a curveball and sliced it into the gap. So the Brewers with 2 on.
Ed Sanchez left it up in the strike zone. Didn't want it there. He wanted that one down around the shoe tops. A 1-ball, 2-strike curveball that was supposed to be down, left it up, and Ryan made him pay for it. Good job by Brawny, keeping the hands in and not trying to pull it, taking it into right field. Table set for Prince.
Fielder doubled in the 2nd inning. He and Braun have the 2 Brewers hits at this point. Prince in a spot to drive in some runs. Got Lopez at 2nd, Braun at 1st. And a strike. Sanchez took a little bit off the fastball. Not a straight changeup, but as you call it, the batting practice fastball. And a breaking ball for a strike.
He's got good command of that pitch today.
A left-handed hitter with the most runs batted in against left-handed pitchers. Ibanez and Utley on that list as well.
Also lefties.
0-2. Prince lays off. That's been a trouble pitch for Fielder. Not a bad thought for Jonathan Sanchez. So he's done his homework. When Fielder has chased this year, which hasn't been very often, he's chased the high fastball. 2 on with 1 away. Tying run at second base, and Fielder gets under one. Foul territory. Playable for Sandoval, and he's got it for the out. Out number 2, and a big out to get for Jonathan Sanchez.
And did a nice job mixing it up. Located the breaking pitch to get Prince on the pop-up, down and away. Kept it off the plate. Made a mistake with the one that he threw to Ryan Braun. Brawny able to get his base hit to right. Put that last one right where he wanted it to Prince Fielder.
So the man who starts the triple play gets an at-bat here in the 6th inning. The mighty Casey. He walked his last time up. Sanchez struck him out in the 2nd. Casey with 13 homers, 49 driven in his rookie season. Not an easy hitter to sneak a fastball by, even with the velocity of Jonathan Sanchez. 2nd among rookies in runs batted in is McGee. He's also among National League leaders for rookies in batting average and home runs.
And a good fastball hitter and a fastball count, 2-0. Sanchez missed with a couple of breaking pitches.
2 on, 2 out. And a 2-0 pitch. Casey pulls one foul. Broke his bat. Sanchez was sent to the bullpen in the middle of the season. Made 3 appearances out of the bullpen. It was his first appearance since returning to the starting rotation. That was the day he threw the no-hitter against the Padres. And he's been in the starting rotation ever since. Two and 1 to McGee. And that one is going to find a hole, a base hit. Here comes Lopez. The throw from Velez late. Lopez scores, and Casey McGee ties it up. All even at 1 on McGee's 50th RBI of the season.
Boy, he's been a nice addition to this everyday lineup. Ken Maka really doing a nice job protecting Prince in the lineup. And when Prince doesn't drive him in, Casey McGee has been doing a good job of it. Sanchez leaves a breaking ball up. It was in, but it was upstairs. Not much on it. And Casey able to fight it off and get it into left field with 2 outs. Lopez running on contact.
Dave Righetti, Giants pitching coach, with a word for the young lefty.
Really gotten breaking ball happy in this inning. Really has a lot of breaking pitches. And his fastball's only been about 92, 93, whereas early in the game it was reaching 95.
So here is Hardy now with 2 away. Casey McGee, a 2-out RBI hit that ties it. Now Braun's at second with McGee at first, and Hardy a chance to put the Brewers on top. And another curveball hits the back door for a strike. Sanchez has struck out J.J. Hardy twice. 2 of his 9 strikeouts thus far. Sanchez has been cruising right along. Ran into a little trouble in the second after that leadoff double, but struck out the side in that inning. Another fastball that missed. His velocity's down here in the last couple of innings.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I mean, 95 early in the game, and he's barely getting it to 92. It's been 91, 92 miles an hour.
Came out throwing very hard today. Matter of fact, I think his second pitch of the ball game was 94 miles an hour. Well, Hardy in a good spot here. 2 balls, 1 strike. Ryan Braun with good speed at second base. Should score on a base hit. Now it's 3-1.
Having a changeup. Completely different pitcher out there in the mound this inning than he has been all day long.
Two hits and a walk in this inning. The Brewers finally on the scoreboard after a McGee single, driving in Lopez. And Hardy in on the hands. Garco's got it. The inning is over. JJ's 0 for 3. Wisconsin is presented by Triple Hop Brewed Miller Lite. Great taste, less filling. And by Toyota, proud sponsor of the Milwaukee Brewers and the Tundra Territory at Miller Park. And our Miller Lite, what's on tap? The Brewers and the Cardinals start a 3-game series tomorrow. 2 day games in that mix. 12:30 is airtime for Brewers Live. Chris Carpenter pitches tomorrow against Dave Bush. The Cardinals will have Carpenter, Smoltz, and Wainwright, while the Brewers will counter with Dave Bush. He'll pitch the opener, and then Manny Parra, and then Jeff Suppan. Eli Whiteside sends one out to Garrett. Nice running catch for the Brewers center fielder. And 1 pitch and 1 out for Braden Looper. Game that is now tied at 1 after McGee's RBI single in the 6th. Our Ho Chunk Gaming Wisconsin text question today. Chris in Hartford wants to know which is harder to accomplish, triple play or an inside the park home run. I've seen a couple of inside the park home runs, but
yeah,
I haven't seen a triple play until today. Not live anyway. I've seen one on tape.
4 triple plays this year in the National League. How many inside the park home runs? I don't know.
You gotta get a man on that.
I think that they are. They're both pretty rare. I'm not sure which one is rarer or more rare.
Or medium rare.
Rarer.
Slightly pink.
Prince has got 2 inside the parkers.
Yes, he does. As does Corey Hart. John Bowker is pinch hitting for Jonathan Sanchez. So the Giant starter is out after 6 innings and 9 strikeouts. Sanchez appeared to lose quite a bit of velocity off his fastball in the last inning plus.
He gave J.J. Hardy a pretty good pitch to hit on a 3-1 count, but J.J. jammed himself. 4 triple plays in the National League.
He's going to go for extras for Bowker. Actually, Bourgeois plays it well off the carom, and Bowker held to a single. Be a base hit. Go ahead, Rock.
1 in the American League.
5 total. How's that inside the park home run stack up?
I don't have anywhere to look that up. That split-fingered fastball down and in. Lefties like it in that location, and Jason Bourgeois plays right field here at Miller Park like he's been there all year. He's pretty comfortable out there.
Top of the order, here is Eugenio Velez. Velez doubled and scored in the first inning, representing the Giants' only run. And that last pitch brings a quick visit from Chris Bosio to the mound. Bosio talking today about Braden Looper and working on angles and directions of pitches, which, as he put it, every major league pitcher deals with. You're trying to get the right kind of angle on your pitches and where you release the baseball. And with Looper, you know, the one thing that comes up just about every time he starts, when he pitches well, he talks about pitching on a downhill plane.
Yep. Chris Bosio talking today on our soundbite about shaping pitches. I love that terminology, you know, and having them move just the way that you want them to move, both the fastball, the splitter, cut fastball, making sure you know what the movement is going to be so you can pretty much determine where your release point is going to be, as opposed to just random movement. Don't know where it's going to end up.
There's a strike on Velez. And hopefully the shape of the pitch ends up away from the barrel of the bat. That's the whole idea. Whether it's a split finger fastball or a sinker from Looper.
Now that's a good, well-shaped pitch right there. I mean, that split-fingered fastball, it's exactly where Looper wants it. But because Velez is even in the count 1-1, he's not in a protection mode, and he's going to lay off of that pitch. That's why it's so tough to throw. Splitters for called strikes. 1-1 count. No, with 2 strikes, the hitter might go after it.
So 100 pitches for Braden Looper. It's kind of been a magic number for Looper this year. His highest pitch count in a game this season, 115 against the Padres, but that was only through 5 innings. His longest outing of the season, 7 innings. That's come on 3 occasions. Bouncer to Prince. Gobbles it up. Hardy a little late on the return throw. Tough to double up Velez anyway. But the Brewers cut down the lead runner. Good play by Prince Fielder. And 2 outs with Velez a base stealer now at first base.
It's a good thing that JJ didn't let that one go and put something on it. I think he changed his mind right about the time he was getting rid of it and kind of just goosed it over to first base, because I don't think they're even going to come close to a double play. And you get Looper running over toward first base. If you put something on that ball, you might hurt Looper, number 1. Number 2, it ends up in the seats.
Looper using every bit of his 6'5" frame to pull that one down.
Stolen base situation here for the Giants. They got 2 outs, a fast runner at first base. Be surprised if they put something on here.
Well, Velez has only been caught once this year. He's 6 out of 7 in stolen base attempts. David Weathers loosening in case Looper needs help getting through the 7th inning. All tied at 1, the Brewers and the Giants. Casey McGee tied it last inning with a 2-out RBI single. The Giants scored their run in the 1st. Torria does not have the power he used to possess. Did double in his last time up, however. Has 4 home runs this season.
Which is why you might see Velez try to steal a base. Single definitely scoring from second. Outfield right now very deep for the Brewers. It'd be tough for him to score on anything that stays in the ballpark.
McGee's got it. And Looper's out of the inning. So he works around a 1-out single. And Looper is
want to talk about the triple play.
Okay.
Jeff Grayson and Davey Nelson at Miller Park going to the bottom of the 7th. Brewers and Giants tied at 1. Getting you ready for Brewers Live, sponsored by Lincoln Mercury. Davey, we saw something we've only seen 5 times in Brewers history: a triple play in the 6th inning.
Well, it took them out of a big inning, the Giants did, but right there, tailor-made, right to McGee over, and nice play by Lopez to get the little scoop, and then a good throw to double up rolling to get the triple play.
Absolutely. How many times do you hear it? The guy who starts a 5-4-3 triple play winds up getting the tying 2-out RBI single. Well, maybe you don't hear it that much, but maybe Brian and Bill can educate us a little bit. Back to you guys.
We hear it from now on. Good job, Jeff and Davey. Triple play, the highlight of this day defensively for both clubs. There have been a number of outstanding plays in the field. Well, the Brewers have accomplished goal number 1. That is to chase the starter, Jonathan Sanchez. But now they deal with Brandon Metters, who makes his 52nd appearance, and a very strong Giants bullpen.
Yeah, second best in the National League. Actually, in all of baseball, a 3.50 bullpen earned run average. Only the Dodgers bullpen is better at 3.18. These guys are good. Metters in his second appearance in this series. This guy's got good stuff, good arm. Live fastball, good curveball.
The Brewers have the bottom of their order coming up. Kendall, Garrett, and then the pitcher spot. Looper will most likely be pinch hit for as Kendall sends one out to Velez for out number 1. So Jonathan Sanchez will not factor in the decision. 6 innings, 3 hits, 1 run. It was earned. 3 walks and 9 strikeouts for Sanchez. But the Brewers finally solved the riddle in the 6th.
Had 8 strikeouts in the first 4 innings. That 6th inning was amazing to watch Sanchez. He was a different guy out there on the mound. Lost his velocity. Was throwing an awful lot of breaking pitches. Early in the game, he was just throwing that fastball right by Brewer hitters.
Tony Garrett is 0 for 2, getting the start in center field for the 2nd consecutive day. Mike Cameron bothered by tightness in his hamstring.
More familiar territory for Jody Garrett with the right hand around on the mound.
Garrett with 6 home runs this year, 2 of them as a Brewer. Trying to reach base here in the 7th, and he strikes out. Garrett chased one upstairs. 2 outs for Metters.
Well, tough to get to a fastball up around the shoulders, and the Brewers have had a tough time laying off that pitch today.
Well, Craig Counsell announced as the pinch hitter. 5 hits in 14 pinch hit at bats this year. A .357 average coming off the bench. Braden Looper's day is done after 7 innings and just 1 earned run, scattering 8 hits. And the benefactor of the first triple play since 1999 in franchise history. My, how things turned in that 6th. The Brewers are sitting there defensively with 2 on and nobody out. Giants look like they're about ready to score some runs and add to their lead, but Looper gets the triple play. And the Brewers end up tying it in the bottom of the inning. That's where we sit here in the 7th.
That's what we're talking about. Momentum comes in many different ways. Sometimes it comes offensively, sometimes it comes on the mound, sometimes a great defensive play to get yourself out of a big jam. Then you come back and score a run. Brewers had an opportunity to take the lead. And sometimes, you know, innings like that for the Giants will kind of suck the life out of you. A team that's had a tough time scoring runs, they're sitting there pretty, they're looking for a big inning, and all of a sudden, one swing of the bat, they're out in the field.
Now the Brewers have been calling for better starting pitching. They've gotten it the last 3 games. They won the final game in St. Louis 4-3. Manny Parra pitched well. But they've only mustered 4 runs in the first 2 games in this Giants series, and have lost back-to-back games 3-2.
Which really isn't a surprise when you're talking about a pitching staff, St. Louis and San Francisco, the way they are. They don't give up many runs. You have to rely on your pitching to win games.
Counsell takes ball 4. Netters missing badly on the 3-2 pitch. And Counsell, in fact, gets it to the top of the order. As you look at the final numbers for Braden Looper today.
Another good start. That's 5 starts where Braden Looper has done a nice job. 3 of those 5 quality starts. The other 2, 4 runs in 6 or 7 innings, which is still pretty good outing.
Well, if the Brewers are going to hand their starter a victory, they need a run in this inning. Felipe Lopez with 2 away. And a strike, a fastball from Metters. The Giants pitching staff enters the day with the most strikeouts in the major leagues, and they have 9, make it 10 today. As you see Felipe Lopez at the plate, presented by Wendy's. So the Giants pitchers with the most strikeouts and the fewest hits allowed, and the fewest runs allowed. A team that boasts an earned run average of 3.47 to start the day. Second best only to the Dodgers.
1 point behind the Dodgers.
One and 1 to Lopez. Curveball missed. Good take. And it's 2-1. Well, you've got an ideal hit and run count. 2 balls and a strike. A contact hitter at the plate. And a smart base runner. See if Ken Maka has any action on here. Counsell stays put, and a base hit back up the middle. Clean single to center field, and the Brewers with 2 on. Counsell and Lopez reaching base for Jason Bourgeois.
Boy, that's what makes Craig Counsell so valuable, coming off the bench late. 2 outs, nobody on, pitcher's spot coming up. You figure you're looking toward the 8th inning, but Counsell walks. You get Lopez picking on a high fastball, bangs it into center field, and now you've got an opportunity to get a run across. Jason Bourgeois getting an opportunity against the right-hander. Left-handed action down in the Pirate bullpen. Well, apparently Ken Maka more comfortable with Bourgeois against Metters than one of his left-handed pinch hitters against a left-handed pitcher.
And the Giants have 3 lefties in their bullpen. Started him with a curveball. The anxious Bourgeois out in front of it.
And Corey Patterson and Frank Catalinato on the bench for the Brewers from the left side. Two
on with 2 away. Bourgeois back up the middle. Rowan is right there for the out. Getting over the Brewers strand of pair. Still tied at 1 as we go to the 8th inning. Of the game, Eugenio Velez with a diving catch in left field. That was in the first inning, and one of the best catches you'll see all day. Jason Bourgeois had a nice play in right as well, reaching out against Edgar Renteria. And the play of the day so far, the Brewers a 5-4-3 triple play. They go around the horn against Aaron Rowan. 3 outs with 1 swing of the bat, and only the 5th in franchise history. It is the 5th in the big leagues this year. Just for the record, there have been 5 inside the park home runs in the major leagues this year as well. So equally as rare, or 5 in the National League, I should say. Here's David Weathers on to pitch the 8th. Tie ball game, all even at 1. Brewers tied it on a McGee single with 2 outs in the 6th. And now Weathers takes over for Braden Looper.
Now, first appearance in the series for Weathers. Last pitch against the Cardinals. Faced 2 batters on Thursday.
Pablo Sandoval leads off. He's been on base all 3 times today. Had a hit and an RBI in the first, his lone hit of the series. Drew a walk in the 3rd and was intentionally walked in the 5th. Always in motion, Sandoval. Three and 1. Calf strain had Sandoval on the shelf for a start. He still wears that protective brace on it. Swings away at a bouncer to Prince. Weathers is there for him. 1 out in the 8th inning. I'm not sure exactly the noise that came out of Sandoval, but it
wasn't good.
It had kind of a Kung Fu Panda kind of sound to it.
Yeah, it wasn't good. He wasn't happy.
Kind of like a whack.
What sound does a Kung Fu Panda make?
I'm not sure. The kaboom of doom. Sandoval is out here in the 8th. And Uribe steps in. Uribe has home run pop. Has been held hitless in his first game as a cleanup hitter. He's 0 for 3. He sent one deep to the track his last time up. Bourgeois made a catch on the warning track near the wall in deep right center. Colorado has put 4 runs on the board to start their day against the Arizona Diamondbacks. Home runs from Ian Stewart and Seth Smith. 4-1 Rockies as they play in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Colorado has a 1-game lead over the Giants in the National League wild card race. Both the Rockies and the Giants still hoping to catch the Dodgers. Dodgers host the Padres tonight. Hiroki Kuroda back on the mound for Los Angeles this evening. Full count to Uribe. Giants will have the Padres next. Still 6 with the Dodgers and 3 with the Rockies the rest of the season. And Uribe sends another one deep to right. Bourgeois is back. Almost the same spot. Out number 2.
A couple of hang with-ems for Uribe. Last time he flied out, man in scoring position in the 5th inning, hit it, as you mentioned, just about the same spot. He pulled his home run yesterday, and it was a blast.
Two up and 2 down for David Weathers. Facing Randy Wynn. Wynn has 2 of the 8 Giants hits today. He's 2 for 3 at the plate. Mets beat the Cubs today. Mike Pelfrey picked up his 10th win. Randy Wells, the loser. K-Rod, save number 30. Four to 2 final. The Mets beat Chicago. Randy Wells making a run at Rookie of the Year in the National League.
My Cubs continue to struggle. Goodness.
Cubs are now 68 and 67. They're a game over 500. Now you wonder if Lou Piniella will return as skipper of the Cubs. He said when he finishes managing the Cubs, he is done.
Whenever that is.
He'll hang them up.
Cubs 28 and 40 away from Wrigley Field.
Brewers will play the Cubs at Wrigley on the next road trip. 3 in Arizona, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and then next week at Wrigley Field in Chicago. And that'll be the return of Giovanni Gallardo, which was the headline news today. Gallardo is going to be skipped his next time through the rotation. He's not injured, but the Brewers want to protect his innings and his pitches. Ishikawa at his first at-bat, sending Garrett deep to the wall, but he's got it. A long, loud out for the Giants' first baseman. For the Giants went 6 innings, struck out 9, and only surrendered the 1 run. The Brewers were able to tie it in the 6th. In the top of the 6th, it was a triple play started by McGee to Lopez to Fielder, and then Casey responded in the next half inning with a 2-out RBI single. Lopez scored the run, and that's where we sit. All square, 1 apiece. Giants have out-hit the Brewers 8-4. As Brandon Metters is back on the mound, and Ryan Braun sends one down the line. A one-hopper off the wall. Braun eases into second with a leadoff double.
A good start to the 8th. Brewers have the middle of their order coming up. Ryan able to do a nice job getting the bat hat out in front on the slider that stayed in the middle part of the plate. That ball middle in, and Ryan rips it down the line. Good start to the inning. A lot of activity down in that Giants bullpen. It looks like Bruce Bochy wants a left-hander to face Prince.
So Metters is out after an inning plus, surrenders a couple of hits, and it's going to be Runzler to come into pitch. We'll set him up when we continue. Thanks for playing along. We'll have a new question for you next week. We'll break it out tomorrow with the Cardinals coming to town. Dan Runzler, he made his major league debut here on Friday night and struck out Jody Garrett on 3 pitches. So now he's on to face a different kind of left-handed hitter in Prince Fielder. Ryan Braun representing the go-ahead run at second base. And Prince hits one in the air to center. This won't carry. Rowan coming in, and Braun is unable to advance.
And probably his only hitter, Runzler. You got nothing but right-handers coming up until Jody Garrett. Got a right-hander down in that bullpen. We'll see what Bruce Bochy decides to do. Bruce Bochy not afraid to allow his left-handers to face right-handed batters if he likes the matchup, which apparently he does in this situation.
Runzler taking a couple of peeks down in the dugout. Bochy staying put. Runzler has not thrown a ball in the big leagues yet. He's 4 for 4 with strikes thrown until now.
Bochy probably thinking Runzler likes to sink that fastball up the corner, and he's seen Casey McGee handle fastballs middle in pretty well. Middle in fastballs and breaking pitches. So maybe he wants to give Casey a different look here.
So the rookie McGee with a chance to put the Brewers on top. He tied the game with an RBI hit in the 6th inning, a 2-out single. Runzler behind in the count. And a breaking ball 2-0 that finds the strike zone.
That's a good pitch. And the fastball to Casey right before that they had at 97 miles an hour. That's pretty big velocity for a left-hander. Then he drops the slider in on him. Nice pitch.
This pitcher, Dan Runzler, started the season in low A ball in Augusta. Then went to high A ball in San Jose. Spent some time in Double A Connecticut and Triple A Fresno. He's gone through the entire system to make it to the big leagues this year. And only his second year as a pro.
Coast to coast, too.
His third year, I should say.
Ran the gamut all over the place.
He's only 24 years of age. Giants picked him up in the 9th round of the 07 draft and already in the big leagues and pitching in a pennant race for San Francisco. 3-1 on McGee. Casey pops it up. Got into a hitter's count and Runzler retires him for out number 2.
And a good fastball hitter, not able to get the barrel on it. Runzler's got good velocity, good pop on that fastball.
Sergio Romo, another hard-throwing Giants reliever, getting ready in the bullpen, but Bochy sticks with his power lefty. J.J. Hardy with 2 outs and a breaking ball strike. Trevor Hoffman gets loose. Brewers would like to give him an opportunity to save.
We talked about good fastball hitters. Casey McGee, good fastball hitter. So is J.J. Hardy.
Braun at second. He'll score on a base hit. Ryan doubled to start the inning, but Runzler has retired Fielder and McGee. Two and 1. Hardy is 0 for 3 today. A couple of strikeouts on his line. All tied at 1 in the 8th. The Brewers have the go-ahead run at second. Braun's got a big lead out there. And Hardy lays off. 3 balls, 1 strike.
And he got first base open. You got Jason Kendall on deck. Not a guy that you'd think of as a gap type hitter, more of a singles hitter. So I would think that Giants be careful on this 3-1 pitch. You know, JJ's looking for a fastball about belt high right here. Anything else, take it.
Missed with a curveball. Braun steals third base in the process. And all of a sudden the go-ahead run is 90 feet away. That's a big steal for Braun. Now a wild pitch comes into the equation. The Brewers can take the lead.
Particularly with Jason Kendall at the plate. You know, Jason not a guy that drives the ball all that much, so being at third base for Ryan, it's a sure run if Jason's able to get the base hit.
So Bochy will not. Splash Sunday in Milwaukee, and the Brewers and the Giants hooked up in a dandy today. All tied at 1. 2 outs in the 8th. The Brewers have the go-ahead run at third base, and Sergio Romo will come on the pitch.
And 35th game, a 4-2 record. Big earned run average for a guy coming out of a Giants bullpen. Got 30 strikeouts in 26 innings, so he does throw hard. Has a good slider as Nate Schierholtz takes over in right field.
Schierholtz will hit third in the 9th on the double switch. Here's Kendall. Romo starts him with a breaking ball strike. It's only the second appearance of the year for Romo against Milwaukee. Kendall lays off. 1-1. Romo pitched against the Brewers back in June and surrendered 2 hits. He did not get an out, but did not allow a run. Started the year as one of the primary setup men to Brian Wilson. Another curveball. Kendall pulls it foul. 1-2 the count on Jason Kendall.
He's got that release point where there's not a whole lot of tilt to his slider. It's more of a roundhouse slider, kind of flat, but it breaks a lot, and it breaks late. Jason Kendall just not able to wait back long enough to keep that one fair. It was a pretty good pitch to hit, though.
Ball and 2 strikes. Kendall swings at one in the dirt, and the inning is over, and the Brewers leave the go-ahead run on base. We head to the 9th inning, all tied at 1 apiece. This Sunday matinee, the Brewers and the Giants, Labor Day weekend. Don't forget, come out to Miller Park this week. And the Brewers and the Cardinals are coming up next. For tickets, call 414-902-4000 or visit brewers.com today. Love to have you at the ballpark for the final 3 games of the homestand. Future Hall of Famer Trevor Hoffman is on to work. Not a save situation. The game's still tied, but Hoffman tries to get the Brewers to the bottom of the 9th. All square at 1 still.
Yeah, earned that 30th save on Thursday in St. Louis. The 14th season with 30 or more saves for Trevor Hoffman. Looking to get the Brewers in that dugout, still tied, and then put a run on the board in the bottom of the 9th.
It's a good checklist. Not a bad start. See if the Brewers can hold up their end of it. So here is Hoffman. He's got Aaron Rowan to lead off, then Eli Whiteside, the catcher, and then Nate Shearholtz, who came into the game in right field last inning. The Giants scored in the first inning. Nothing but 0 cents. The Brewers tied it in the 6th. And Rowan sends one to left, playable for Braun. 1 pitch, 1 out for Trevor Hoffman.
He's just missed a couple of times today. That one sounded like it was on the end of the bat.
Young catcher Eli Whiteside now for San Francisco. Singled in the second inning. He's 1 for 3 today. A .216 hitter in just 102 big league at bats. Chases the first one. Fouls it into Mr. Baseball's booth. Everybody okay? Corey Provis coming up with a baseball.
I guarantee he didn't catch it.
It sounded like it hit the wall. I got to be honest with you.
I don't see Corey as a guy that's going to go after a ball like that. So, I know I wouldn't.
When it stopped rolling, I'm sure
this thing's hurt.
Came up clean.
Ken Maka trying to figure out what he wants to do in the bottom of the 9th. What his options are. Full complement of bench players except for Craig Counsell.
Now the Brewers will have Garrett leading off. Then the pitcher spot, then back to the top of the order. Now Hoffman, the Brewers closer, works the top of the 9th. The Giants have their closer, Brian Wilson, loosening in case the Giants score a run. He was consistently in triple digits yesterday. Whiteside pops it up. That one's going to get into the seats. Couple rows up. Got him. Changeup strikes him out. 2 up, 2 down for Trevor Hoffman.
That was a beauty.
The signature pitch for Hoffman.
Pulled the string on it, had some good tilt on it. Going down as it gets to home plate. Check it out. Well, it's tough for a young hitter to wait back on that. Tough for any hitter to wait back on that. Particularly a guy that's really never seen Trevor pitch before.
Nate Shearholtz. He's a good hitter at the plate. His first at bat. Shearholtz came in on a double switch last inning. As a hit in this series, he's 1 for 7. Shearholtz hit the line drive to Mike Cameron on Friday. That was dropped. Cameron committed the error, and it ended up leading to a Giants win.
It was 2-0 at the time.
Point is, Shearholtz hit one on the nose. He's a line drive type hitter. He's only 25 years of age against the 41-year-old Hoffman. And he rips that one to right, a base hit. So Shearholtz continues to swing the bat. A 2-out single off Hoffman. Back to the top of the order now, and Eugenio Velez.
Got a nice swing, kept the bat in the hitting zone a long time. Nice level hack for Nate Shearholtz. kind of takes his top hand off to make sure that bat stays level for as long as it can, and able to get the line drive for a 2-out base runner.
Now the Giants left fielder, Velez. He doubled and scored in the first inning. It's been the only Giants run today. Sandoval drove him in. A game that has been highlighted defensively by a triple play. The Brewers turned a 5-4-3 triple play on Aaron Rowan to the 6th. Velez lays off the changeup, 2-0.
And Nate Sherhol's by no stretch of the imagination a base burner, but with 2 outs and you don't have too many home run hitters coming up until you get to Sandoval. You might see him take off the count. Gets to a point where you think he might run maybe 2-1. I doubt he's going to run here on 2-0.
Velez has just 4 home runs this year, but he hit 1 on this road trip. A leadoff home run against Pedro Martinez in Philadelphia. Takes a strike, a fastball from Hoffman.
Trevor Hoffman relatively slow to home plate. That high leg kick. You get the change up and be an ideal time to try and steal a base. Got to be aware of him over there. It's a good running count.
Two and two. Two outs in the inning. Brewers and the Giants all tied up. 8, 9, and 1 due up for the Brewers in the 9th, and Velez swings and misses. Down he goes. Hoffman with 15 pitches to get through the 9th. A couple of strikeouts. Well, here we go to the bottom of the 9th. The Brewers and the Giants all tied at 1. Jody Garrett will lead off. Sergio Romo is still in the game for San Francisco. And Garrett takes strike 1 from Romo. Romo came on to finish the 8th. He struck out Jason Kendall with the go-ahead run at third base. Giants got a run in the first on a Sandoval RBI single. Casey McGee tied it in the 6th. A 2-out RBI hit. that's where we sit. Todd Coffey prepares for extra innings. The Brewers hoping to win it right here and now against the Giants. Garrett lays one into center field, and Rowan runs it down for the out. Jody Garrett 0 for 4. Giants have their first out in the ninth. Maka goes back to the bench. Frank Catalanato will pinch hit for Hoffman. Hoffman works a scoreless inning, gives up 1 hit, 2 strikeouts. Catalanato this year is a pinch hitter, 6 for 27, 288 overall.
Then you have to wonder if Mike Cameron's even available to come off the bench and at least grab a bat. Probably not today. You know he's not going to be able to pinch run. So when you look at the Brewers bench right now, they have Corey Patterson, Cameron, questionable, Escobar, and Mike Rivera. You're not going to ordinarily use your only other catcher. So right now the bench a bit thin for Milwaukee.
1-2 to Catalanato.
Reason you bring it up, maybe Catalanato gets on here, you might have Escobar pinch run, but then you really short yourself if you go into extra innings.
Brewers choosing to limit their September call-ups. There are more players coming now that the AAA Nashville club is out of the postseason running. 1-2 to Catalanato. Fights one off. The Colorado Rockies have extended their lead against Arizona to 7-1. Colorado leads the Giants by a game in the wild card race. San Francisco watching that scoreboard and doing all they can to keep pace. The Brewers trying to salvage one of these games in this 3-game series. It's been a pair of 3-2 wins for the Giants.
Hey, good pitching on both sides. The Brewer pitching staff has stepped up. You knew it wasn't going to be a high-scoring series.
Giants just completed a series with Philadelphia where they gave up just 3 runs, but lost 2 of 3. Catalanato down on strikes. Sergio Romo has 2 outs. And back to the top of the order we go with Felipe Lopez.
Well, he uses that slider a lot. Slider and changeup. That was a good changeup going away from Cat and comes up empty.
Here's Lopez, switch hitting second baseman. Has a hit today. He's 1 for 3 with a walk. He scored the lone Brewer run back in the 6th. And another changeup from Romo, and it's 0-1. Tried another one. Lopez has 8 home runs, 47 driven in. Two outs in the 9th. And a curveball strike. Slings one in to get ahead in the count.
Yeah, that 3/4 arm angle. It's very difficult for a pitcher to get much downward movement on a breaking pitch when you've got an arm angle like that. It gives your fastball good movement, but flattens the slider out a bit.
Jason Bourgeois, the scheduled hitter, next. If Lopez can reach. Two balls, 2 strikes with 2 away. Whiteside sets up inside, and Lopez takes ball 3. So A pitch of action coming up. Sergio Romo does not want to put the winning run on base. You figure Lopez should get a pretty good pitch to hit. Let's see what he has to offer. Full count. Breaking ball struck him out. He goes with a slider on 3-2. High risk, high reward, and it pays off as Romo strikes out Felipe Lopez. Extra innings at Miller Park. Well, this game's been so good, we get to do it a little longer today at Miller Park in front of nearly 37,000. To the 10th inning we go. 1-1 is our score. And Todd Coffey, just 3 days away from his 29th birthday, on for the 64th time this year. He has been the big workhorse in that Brewers bullpen this season for Ken Baca.
Yeah, 64th appearance. He's been having an issue with the home runs. Gave up a go-ahead home run to Benji Molina on Friday, but he has worked an awful lot. A 278 earned run average. Only 15 walks, 58 strikeouts on the season for Todd Coffey.
He's been bitten by the long ball here in his last couple of outings. Matt Holliday and Benji Molina have homered off Coffey in his last two. He's going to have to go through the middle of the order here. Giants have Renteria, Sandoval, and Uribe due up in this 10th inning. Both starters went 7 innings. Check that. Sanchez went 6 innings, gave up 1 run. I meant to say both starters giving up 1 run in this game. Looper pitched well, went 7, surrendered 8 hits, but only the 1 earned run. Weathers and Hoffman with scoreless frames. Brewers are 3-4 in extra inning games, but the Giants are playing in their 15th extra inning game today. They're 8-6.
That's what good pitching, good bullpen does for you, right? I mean, keeps you in games. Unfortunately, the offense isn't enough most of the time to be able to win in regulation.
Look how happy she is.
Got another day off tomorrow from school.
See, she doesn't get a baseball if we don't have extra innings here. I knew there was a reason. Still smiling. Great shot. 2-2 to Renteria. Mets beat the Cubs today 4-2. The Braves and the Reds are hooked up in a dandy as well. They're tied at 2 in the 12th inning. Atlanta trying to keep pace in that Eastern Division and the wild card. More likely for Atlanta. They've fallen 6 back in the wild card race. It's the Marlins who have made a little noise in the wild card race. They start the day 4 back of the Rockies. Florida lost today, however. Washington beat them 5-4. It was a walk-off home run in the 9th inning for the Nationals. They scored all 5 of their runs in the last 2 innings. So a Marlins bullpen meltdown cost him. Renteria throws his bat at another one. He basically threw his bat at one earlier today and flew out.
Well, just trying to stay alive. That's what happens when he gets fooled. A good breaking ball from Todd Coffey. Pitch down and away. You do whatever you can to stay alive. The amazing thing is he pulled it.
And he almost pulled it in fair territory.
Hit it down the left field line, and that's not very normal. Either is that bear.
2-2 to Renteria. Little flare, dying fast. That falls, a base hit. Another one-handed swing for Renteria, and it comes up for a base hit. Leadoff runner for the Giants in this 10th inning.
And you talk about having to reach, literally reach for a pitch on the outer half of the plate. Renteria has been doing that all day long, but has been able to put the bat on the baseball. This time ends up as a base hit.
And the strange pre-at-bat routine of Pablo Sandoval. He does that every time he comes to the plate. He's a dangerous hitter in a spot like this. The animated 22-year-old Venezuelan, Pablo Sandoval. As a hit and an RBI, the only run-producing hit for the Giants today. That was way back in the 1st inning.
Sandoval, a guy just looks like he has a good time out on the baseball field. I mean, he's animated. You mentioned he's kind of has some funny expressions on his face sometimes. We saw him on Friday blow a bubble in the middle of catching a ground ball.
That's right.
And just completely relaxed out there. He's at home on the baseball field. You like that.
Coffey falling behind, 3-0 on Sandoval. 200-mile-an-hour pitch. Wow, that's got to be a record. I didn't know he had that kind of arm.
A little glitch out there. That'd be a story.
Tough to catch. Walked him on 4 straight. Now the Giants have 2 on, and the Brewers going to have to reach down into their triple playback once again.
Well, didn't want to really do much on the inner half of the plate to Sandoval, not with his power. Leads the team in home runs, everything away. Coffey trying to catch the outside corner and just not able to do it. Not even close with really any of the pitches to Sandoval in that at bat.
Well, the last time the Giants had 2 on with nobody out, Aaron Rowan grounded into a 5-4-3 triple play. It's not too much to ask for, is it? 2 in 1 game?
Gaetti did it. Gary Gaetti did it against the Red Sox at Fenway Park. 2 of those in 1 game. How about that?
Man, you know you're living right. I hope they won that game.
Must have been a full moon.
Here comes Bosio. Vargas is loosening, and perhaps Bosio giving Vargas a chance to get ready to come in here. If Coffey is unable to retire Uribe.
Pitcher spot is on deck, and it looks like it's going to be Benji Molina,
who homered off Todd Coffey on Friday night.
Not often,
game winner.
Not often you're going to ask your cleanup hitter to drop down a bunt, but this might be a situation where you would do it.
Especially when you consider Molina is a fly ball hitter. He puts the ball in the air on most at-bats. Did not start today, but Molina will hit next. 2 on for Uribe. And he squares. And he pops it up. Kendall giving it chase. Kendall lays out and makes the catch. Another great play defensively today.
Not too many catchers going to be able to get out of the box like that and get back quickly enough to make that play. But Jason, probably the quickest on his feet behind home plate. Recognizing where it is, that's the tough part. The other tough part, keep it in the glove as you go down on the ground. That's a heck of a defensive play by Jason Kendall. Knew exactly where it was and able to get there. Well done.
Catcher's mitts aren't made for plays like this. But
good job.
Kendall keeps it in there.
Good job by the home plate umpire getting out of Kendall's way to allow him to make it.
That's a good point. So 1 out. Here comes Molina now. Coffey's nemesis on Friday night. Oh, he chased one. Molina was swinging no matter what. Coffey fired one in the dirt. Molina is behind in the count.
First pitch swinger no matter what is right? We've been watching him do that all year.
The Brewers have the muscle coming up in the 10th. They've got Bourgeois to start, then Braun and Fielder. Coffey, a ground ball pitcher when he's right. Could use one here. And now he's got Renteria. A throw to second, not in time. Renteria made a great base running move to get back somehow. Coffey was anxious to get rid of the baseball.
He didn't have to. He should have just run right at him.
Well, that would have been a huge play.
He gets to him. You got to run at him at that point. He threw to third base, and Renteria able to get back.
Renteria gave him that look that he was on his way, and Coffey gave it up too soon. Would have been the second out. Instead, still 2 on with 1 away. Molina into right, slicing away from Bourgeois, but he runs it down. Renteria does not tag.
What's he doing? That's just horrible base running. My goodness. I think that Renteria thought that was a base hit, and if it was, why go that far? Because if it dropped, he was going to be able to walk home. And he knows it.
Instead, he's still at second base.
And Renteria, I mean, he thinks this ball's in the corner. Why he takes off that early is beyond me, and I think he realizes the mistake that he made. Realizing it too late. I think once he got back, I think he still had time to tag up and go.
Well, 2 outs, and Travis Ishikawa, the batter. There's a big difference between a runner at second and 2 outs and a runner at third and 2 outs, just for the mentality of the pitcher.
Right. Infield hit scores the run. A lot of different ways you score from third that you cannot score from second. One and one. Willie Randolph checking the card, and Ken Maka thinking about their next plan. Coffey is an out away from getting out of this jam. 2 on to start the inning for the Giants. A hit and a walk, but Coffey, if
he retires Ishikawa, he'll send it back to the dugout tied. Defensive swing from Ishikawa. It's 1-2. Didn't chase. Good pitch, good block by Kendall. Count evens at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And went with a slider down and in. Ishikawa chased that high fastball. This is the count you want to get it done right here. You don't want to go 3-2 to give the base runners a head start.
Got him. Struck him out on a slider. And the Giants come up empty after putting 2 on to start the inning. Catch from Eugenio Velez, and has just continued throughout. Jason Bourgeois made a nice catch, robbing Edgar Renteria of a base hit. That was in the 3rd inning. There was a triple play turned in this game. Aaron Rowan on a 5-4-3 around the horn triple play. Started by McGee to Lopez to Fielder. And then this play by Jason Kendall in the 10th inning. You don't see many catchers make that kind of catch.
And 2 times in this game, the Giants have been able to get their first 2 hitters aboard and have not been able to score. And good defense a part of it for Milwaukee.
All tied at 1. We head to the 10th inning. Bourgeois leads off, then Braun, then Fielder against Bobby Howry. Second appearance in the series for Howry, the former Cub.
Yeah, good fastball, good slider for Howry. He's been around a while. Good numbers. 3.52 ERA. He's only allowed 5 home runs.
Bourgeois is 0 for 4. That catch we showed you by Eugenio Velez was made on Bourgeois back in the 1st inning. Good guy to have leaving off an inning for the Brewers. If Bourgeois gets on, he has blinding speed. Popped him up, foul territory. And it's 1-2. Well, barring a bourgeois home run, it's going to set up a memorable rematch with Ryan Braun and Bob Howry. Into center field. Aaron Rowan is there for the out. And Bourgeois is retired.
Let's see if Bobby Howry's going to spin one of those sliders up there again to Ryan Braun. That's the ball he hit out last year. Got the Brewers into the postseason.
It's one of the biggest moments in the history of this ballpark. Final day of the regular season, Braun hit an 8th inning home run against Bob Howry. Then pitching for the Cubs. And just a short time after that, the Mets lost to the Marlins, and the Brewers were in the postseason. All tied at 1 here in the 10th. Howry coming inside on Braun.
Just to make sure he's not leaning out over the plate for the slider.
Another one inside. 2 balls, no strikes. Take you back to last September. Bob Howry on the mound, Ryan Braun at the plate. 8th inning home run that gave the Brewers a lead. They would not give up. CC Sabathia came back out for the 9th. Finished it off against the Cubs. And those who were following the Brewers last year will never forget that moment.
There was a lot of moments in the last week of the season here at Miller Park.
Well, does Braun have the green light? 3-0 here. Got Fielder on deck. Howry threads the needle on the outside corner for strike 1.
It didn't look like he was thinking about swinging that. Been all fastballs to Ryan in this sequence. Does he throw the slider now?
Braun has 2 hits. 2 for 4 today. 3-1 the count to Braun. All tied at 1. And Ryan takes ball 4. Good discipline at the plate for Braun. As anxious as he is to end it, he stays patient and turns it over to the big man.
No, Bobby Howry remembers last year the slider that Brawny hit out of the ballpark. All fastballs. Fastballs in, fastballs away. Finally throwing one on the outside corner, and then ball 4 with another fastball. Not about to make the same mistake twice.
So now the potential winning run is at first. Fielder at the plate.
That's the other big thing about that walk. Now, Bobby Howry really has got to throw strikes to Prince. He doesn't want to walk another. If Ryan made it out there, he'd be very careful to Prince. I don't think he has that luxury now.
Outfielders very deep for the Giants. Ooh, a big cut. Fielder took a mighty hack. Ball and a strike.
He's looking fastball. Got the slider under the bat.
Milwaukee trying to salvage one in this series. The Giants have won the first 2. Got a chance right here. All tied at 1 in the 10th. And a fastball strike. Three hits against Howry in his career, but Howry has struck him out 3 times.
I think Ryan's itching to steal.
It might be a good pitch to try it on. Braun stays put. Fielder takes one down in the dirt.
A good block by Whiteside. That big block to keep Braun at first base. Did a nice job sliding over, able to square the shoulders and keep it in front of him. Key to that play is he didn't hop to get over there. He just slid across.
Two and two on Fielder. Got him. Fielder down on strikes.
A lot of sliders to Prince. Bobby Howard wasn't about to throw a fastball for a strike to Prince. Got ahead of him with the slider. There's the fastball right on the outside corner. Not going to make a mistake inside. And then gets him on a slider down.
So Fielder is out number 2. And here's Casey McGee, who drove in the only Brewer run in the 6th. And a strike again. Well placed fastball from Howery on the corner. McGee is 1 for 3. A single and a walk today. Drove in his 50th run of the year in that 6th inning. That was a 2-out RBI single for McGee that tied the game. Casey lines one into the gap. Braun around second. On his way to third. And he'll be held up there. A base hit for McGee, his 2nd of the game. And again, the Brewers have the potential winning run at third base.
Kid's something, isn't he? Boy, he can hit. Got a pitch up out over the plate and hit a rocket into left center. Fastball right down the middle. That ball gets to the gap. Ryan Braun scores. The advantage of having speed in that outfield. Ball scoots over there. Aaron Rowan and Velez waiting for it. And it's going to be up to J.J. Hardy.
Big spot for Hardy. They're on their feet at Miller Park. 1st and 3rd. Winning run at 3rd. And Hardy almost hit by a pitch. Another good play by Whiteside. That could have just as easily went to the screen.
Especially when you're set up outside. And he almost hits him on the inside corner.
Two and 0. Well, what a spot for J.J. Hardy. It's been such a roller coaster this season. He's had his moments. 3 walk-off hits in his career, the last being last September. A base hit wins it. All tied at 1 in the 10th. Howery deals. And Hardy takes another one in the dirt, and another big league play by Whiteside. Otherwise, this game's over. This guy's been impressive behind the plate in this inning.
Yeah, he handles himself pretty well. He's done it all game. Midway just shifts over and keeps that glove. Keeps the glove down and blocks off the 5-hole.
3-0 the count. Three and 1. A fastball from Howery. Game on the line. Howery with a 3-1 count. J.J. Hardy trying to end it. And he takes ball 4. Bases are loaded. And a chance at redemption for Jason Kendall. Kendall was up with the go-ahead run at third base in the 8th inning. And Sergio Romo struck him out. Now Kendall up there again with a chance to win it for Milwaukee.
Now you got to believe that Bobby Howard is going to want to throw a strike to get ahead in the count. Doesn't want to fall behind. It didn't look as though he was willing to throw strikes to J.J. Hardy there. It really wasn't. Once he got behind 2-0, he was peeking over to that on-deck circle thinking, I might just start off fresh with Jason Kendall.
Braun will be on his toes at third. Howery has fired a number of pitches in the dirt in this inning. And another one in the dirt, blocked by Whiteside. Kendall ahead in the count.
Doing a nice job shifting over. Look how far from home plate he is. Very quick on his feet. I think Dave Righetti's going out there to try to remind Bobby Howery that he's got a pretty good fastball. Finds himself behind last couple of hitters with sliders.
Well, Kendall can understand that as well as anyone. Can he square one up? Kendall a chance to win it. Braun at third. Bases loaded. 1-1 game. Kendall takes ball 2. So much on the line for the Giants.
He's a guy you love to have on up at the plate. He's very selective. He's not afraid to hit with 2 strikes. So he's going to take some and make Howie throw strikes. Never has been over aggressive.
2-0 to Kendall. Upstairs, ball 3, and now Howery is going to have to throw 3 strikes. Otherwise, this game's over.
Well, Jason's probably going to take 2.
Well, that plate is very small, and that pitcher's mound a lonely spot, especially with a club in a pennant race. 3 balls, no strikes. 3-1.
Take another one.
Another one in there. Howery steps up and deals 2 strikes to Kendall.
He's got to throw another one though.
Well, the runners will start. The only one that matters is Braun at third base. Full count, bases loaded, game on the line here in the 10th. Kendall, a line drive caught by Sandoval. What a play by the Giants third baseman. And we are headed to the 11th. Unbelievable catch. More baseball coming up. this game continues. And the theme of this game is why it continues. Just incredible defense throughout this ball game. It started in the first inning and it has continued into extra innings. A diving catch by Pablo Sandoval, robbing Jason Kendall of a base hit and a game-winning RBI. Look at this play by Sandoval.
Yeah, playing back behind the bag with 2 strikes and 2 outs, able to get there, and good job by Bobby Howery after falling behind 3-0, throwing 3 strikes to get the out.
Claudio Vargas on to pitch the 11th. Todd Coffey pitched a scoreless 10th. The Giants had 2 on to start the 10th inning and could not score a run.
He was ready. Didn't even have to take a step, just kind of a dive, a mini dive. Leaned out and grabbed it.
Kind of sums up the Brewers season, huh?
Yes, it does.
Well, we'll see if the crew can pick themselves up off the deck again. Frustrating inning for Milwaukee. Vargas coming to the Brewers from the Dodgers.
Done good work as a Brewer. Got some big outs.
Claudio spent most of the season on the disabled list, on the DL until late July. Elbow injury. Aaron Rowan at the plate in the 11th, and he whistles one to McGee, who is right there for the out. Tit for tat. Why not?
Tough play for Casey. I'm not sure how well he saw that baseball. We're getting to the point of the evening where the shadows can be a little tricky. You see the way he had to get down. And makes the catch.
Well, that's a sure double if it gets by McGee. Instead, Vargas has an out. And here's Eli Whiteside, who saved the game on a couple of occasions with his work behind the plate, blocking sliders in the dirt. Little chopper. Vargas gobbles it up. He's got time. And the throw is in time for out number 2. Well, the Brewers have the pitcher spot coming up in the bottom of the 11th. It's going to be Jody Garrett and then the pitcher spot. And you would think that that might be the spot for Corey Patterson to make his debut.
Not many options for Ken Maka. Really not. You got Patterson, Escobar, Mike Rivera, and the question mark, Mike Cameron.
Cameron not starting today with a hamstring injury. American Valdez will pitch unless the Giants take the lead here in this 11th inning. Nate Shearhold singled his last time up off Hoffman. Second plate appearance of the game. He came in on a double switch in the 8th inning. Changed him up and popped him up. Playable for Braun. Good inning for Claudio Vargas. 3 up, 3 down. See if the Brewers can A run, 6 hits, no errors for the Brewers. Casey McGee, the RBI single in the 6th inning that tied it. And we are still there. American Valdez on the pitch. And he'll have Jody Garrett to lead off. And then Corey Patterson will hit. He'll pinch hit second in this inning. And then Felipe Lopez back to the top of the order.
Yeah, both teams with enough pitching to play about 25 innings here today. 10 relief pitchers to start the day for both the Brewers and the Giants. Brewers have used 4 relief pitchers. Bruce Bochy used 3 pitchers in 1 inning early on. That was the 8th inning. And Valdez, the 5th relief pitcher to be used by Bruce Bochy. So plenty left for both teams.
Claudio Vargas coming off a scoreless top of the 11th. 3 up, 3 down inning. A quick one for Vargas and the Brewers. Here we go to the home half. The Brewers had the bases loaded last inning. A line drive by Kendall was stabbed. A diving catch by Sandoval. And that's one of the reasons this game has been extended.
No, actually the Brewers only had 9. Colome was released.
Jesus Colome released earlier today. Maybe they should have waited a little while. Can't call him up, I guess, at this point.
No. What's done is done. He's not on the roster to start the game. Can't use him.
Jody Garrett batting for the 5th time. Quickly down to the count, 0-2. Valdez, a very hard thrower. He can get it up there in the mid to upper 90s.
The key is, does he get his breaking pitch over for strikes? He's got that big ERA. For a guy that throws as hard as he does and has the movement that he does, that's a bit of a surprise.
Sixth pitcher for the Giants. Bob Howery goes a scoreless 10th, gives up 2 walks and a hit. And a well-placed third baseman. The 0-2 to Garrett. Down and away, a ball and 2 strikes. Cardinals come to town tomorrow. Labor Day matinee here at Miller Park. Chris Carpenter, who's making a run at a Cy Young Award, is on the mound for St. Louis. He'll match up against Dave Bush. Giants are headed home to face the Padres. Two and 2 to Garrett. Tie game in the 11th. Garrett off the glove of Renteria.
Oh, that was a nice at bat. Down in the count, 0-2. Didn't look very good on the first 2 strikes. And then it was a battle. And then Valdez gave him a fastball up out over the plate and able to dump it into center field. So leadoff base runner for the Brewers. There's a good start. Let's see if Corey Patterson can drop down a bunt.
Just out of the reach of Renteria, and a base hit for Garrett. Patterson at the plate. Technically, his Brewers debut came yesterday when he was announced as a pinch hitter, but he did not hit.
So this is the real debut.
This is the real one right here. Patterson has great speed. Bounced around the big leagues with the Cubs, the Nationals, the Orioles. Sandoval makes the play to first. Good bunt. So Patterson, a sacrifice bunt that advances Garrett to second base, and the potential winning run now in scoring position.
And Jody Garrett with good speed, and he needed every bit of that speed to get to second base. That ball bunted right at Sandoval, bunted hard. Sandoval never looking at second base. I don't know if he had a play or not, but Brewer was able to execute. So a base hit should end the game.
Top of the order, Felipe Lopez. His 6th plate appearance of the game. Lopez 1 for 4 with a walk. Giants will try to keep Garrett close at second. Renteria right behind him. Lopez takes a strike. Big fastball from Valdez. Stetter will have the 12th if we should go that far. Outfielders are shallow for Lopez, especially in center and left field. Another strike. Changed him up, and it's 0-2.
Yeah. Went from 97 to 88. Pretty big speed differential on those 2 pitches.
Brewers send 3 hitters to the plate that did not start the season with Milwaukee. Garrett, Patterson, and Lopez. And a strike called on the outside corner. Fastball burns off the edge, and it's out number 2.
Pretty good location for a guy throwing as hard as he is. That one right on the corner. Not much Lopez could do with it, but foul it off.
So it puts Jason Bourgeois back in the spotlight. With Ryan Braun on deck, Bourgeois steps in with a chance to end it. A base hit should win it for the Crew. It's been a season of first for Bourgeois since he's been a Brewer. His first career start in the outfield with the Brewers. His first career home run here at Miller Park. On the last homestand, his first career RBI. Got a cup of coffee last year with the White Sox. Two outs. Garrett at second in a tie game, and Bourgeois takes a strike. And he's flat out bringing it right now. 97 miles an hour.
Jody Garrett's going to have to get a good jump off the base because those outfielders pretty shallow with Bourgeois. So, base hit not necessarily guaranteed to end the game.
Garrett will be off with a crack of the bat. 0-2. And now Bourgeois needs a mistake from Valdez. Well, Bourgeois has not shown he can turn on the fastball. Does Valdez dare throw him anything but?
From what we've seen from him, at least he's been able to make contact. I mean, he's a guy that puts a bat on a baseball. With this guy out there in the mound, though, you never know. This guy just flat out throwing it right by hitters.
Little bouncer out to Uribe. Inning over. We're headed to the 12th inning at Miller Park. Still tied at 1. 12th inning at Miller Park. The Brewers and the Giants tied at 1. And Mitch Stetter is on the pitch for Milwaukee here in this 12th. Top of the order for the Giants coming up. Eugenio Velez, Edgar Renteria, and then Pablo Sandoval.
A couple of switch hitters. Ken Maka wants to turn around and bat right-handed. Velez and Sandoval. Well, 63rd appearance for Mitch Stetter. Last appeared in St. Louis. Came in with the bases loaded and got a strikeout to get out of an inning.
Foul ball. 1 ball, 1 strike on Velez. Velez scored the Giants' run back in the first inning. It was a leadoff double. The first batter Craig Looper saw today was Velez. He doubled and then scored on Sandoval's single. Ten scoreless innings later for the Giants. They're still at it. Been some great defensive plays in this game today. A full reel's worth of highlights defensively, including a triple play back in the top of the 6th. Started by McGee to Lopez, the fielder.
Well, Jason Kendall came within an inch of ending this ball game a couple innings ago.
In the air to center. Garrett backing up. That ball is pretty well hit. A lot better than Garrett thought. A lot of travel on that one, but it's out number 1.
Ball carrying pretty good here at the ballpark. You really can't tell by the flag the way it's blowing in. A stiff breeze off the lake. A little bit of a jet stream going out here today, although there has not been a home run. Balls like that look relatively innocent end up being pretty deep in the outfield. Uribe hit a couple of them early in the game.
Renteria with 1 away. Renteria 2 hits today, 2 for 5. Had a double in the 5th. He singled in the 10th to start the inning. Giants had 2 on with nobody out in the 10th, but could not score. Second time today they've had 2 on and nobody out, have been unable to score a run. The Reds finally ended that extra inning game against Atlanta, scoring 2 in the 12th to win it 4-2 over the Braves. So the Braves have run into a buzzsaw in the Reds, who have now put together a nice little winning streak. Renteria breaks his bat. Braun with room. Out number 2.
That bat's had a rough day, hasn't it? Been throwing it around all day. Finally busts it.
It said, "I've had enough."
I'm done with you today. And that's what's left.
2 up, 2 down for Stetter. And now has to face one of the best hitters in the league, Pablo Sandoval. Started the day 4th in the National League in batting. He's 1 for 2 today.
Has a higher batting average right-handed than left. But most of his power comes from the left side.
Quickly 0-2 on Sandoval. Sandoval has walked 3 times, once intentional.
What's more rare, a triple play or Sandoval walking 3 times in a game?
Good point.
2 things you don't see too much of.
We need to hit the book to see if that's happened this year.
Well, he's only got, what, 41 walks?
Mm-hmm. He's walked a bunch in this series. Down he goes. Stetter strikes him out. So the Brewers bullpen doing their job. Now we'll see if the Brewer bats can finally come up with a game winner. We're on our way to the bottom of the 12th. Braun, Fielder, McGee coming up. One of the benefits of a 12-inning game, at least, you get the second Clement sausage race. You get the extra innings race. So that's always fun to hang around for. Chorizo pulls it out today. They look a little tired, though. I got to tell you, second time around, it's a lot slower time than the first time.
You know, the sausages, they don't like holiday weekends.
A lot of barbecuing going on.
A lot of open flames all over town.
Bottom of the 12th. And Ryan Braun set to lead off. Merkin Valdez back on the mound. Brewers are right where they want to be. You got Braun and Fielder and McGee, middle of that order. Valdez topping out at 98 miles an hour last inning. But a couple of guys that can handle the fastball as well as anyone. Twice in this game, Braun has been left at third base. And once at second. 2 hits and a walk today for Braun.
A tough fastball to turn around at 96 miles an hour, but Brawny got one down in the zone right there. Those are the ones that you want to go after. The ones that are down around the knees, down around mid-thigh, anything up around the belt at that velocity. Tough to hit.
Braun sitting on 99 career homers. He slices that one foul and out of play. His lone career walk-off homer came last September at the end of the season against the Pirates. A dramatic grand slam in the 10th inning. One and two to Braun, and Valdez wants a quick visit with Whiteside.
Well, maybe Valdez thinking slider, but Whiteside probably had something else in mind. Maybe try to elevate a fastball. Probably reminding his pitcher that Ryan Braun, pretty good slider hitter.
Coming back with a fastball here. 1 and 2 the count on Braun. Ryan just did take it out of the catcher's mitt. All tied at 1 in the 12th inning. Another 1-2. Braun strikes out. Up the ladder goes Valdez. And his second strikeout in as many innings.
That high fastball that we're talking about, anything belt and above, you got to lay off of it, but it's a tough thing to do. You see it very well. It's close to the eyes, but they're just coming in too fast. Bat's not quick enough up in that location, up high, to be able to get to it.
Here is Prince Fielder.
Went right after him, didn't he?
Came with a fastball. Fielder could not square it up. Prince is 1 for 5 today. He doubled way back in the second. Hitless in his last 4 at-bats with a couple of strikeouts. And there it goes. Fielder will watch it fly. And that's your ball game. Prince Fielder with a walk-off home run. And the Brewers win a thriller today. 2-1. The final score. Number 37 for Prince.